Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today.
Spoon TV.
This one you back today.
Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment.
Coming with the spoon, and your boy right at the South man. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today.
Spoon TV.
This one you back today.
Spoon TV, Spoon
Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Skiddy-biddy-bee-da-ba-do.
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Kua, 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 kua. Bese kua, 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 kudileo. Kua, kua, kudileo.
To the spoon to get
Yes, I
your
try.
information.
Kua,
To the spoon to be
yes, I try. Ratile, ratile. Bese kua, 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 kudileo. Kua, kua, kudileo.
To the spoon.
Today is the second day of May 2024, historic day in our country's history. If we're jotting down the history of chronicles of our country, this is a landmark day for Liberia. Not just getting applause and accolades from Liberians within the territorial boundaries of the country, but also outside foreign missions in Liberia, as well as international organizations and foreign governments, sending in their congratulatory messages to President Joseph Newman Boakai and the people of Liberia. And before we get into all that, I see the Lofa people all on the show. They've been hiding, they've not been coming. Today El Chitico was played. Good day. What's up with you? You muted.
Well, I'm okay. I'm happy as well for winning against one of Liberia's best counters in terms of sports.
So I didn't follow the game, but did Lofa get a penalty?
Yeah, we got a very clean penalty.
No, I don't say what I was clean or dirty. Did Lofa get a penalty? That I heard people making an argument whether or not Lofa did get a penalty. Did you?
Yeah, we got a clean penalty.
So which game you got dirty penalty?
Yeah, it was clear. Even Nimba
clearer than the one against Bommy.
Huh?
Clearer than the one against Bommy?
No, but at least this was more deeper than Bommy. But Bommy was also a clear penalty. But this was more clearer
than that of Bommy.
Yeah, it was Bommy. More clearer than the Bommy County. On Bommy County, you had to watch a replay to grab the concept of the penalty. But if you just watch through, it was not really clearer at the time. You have to take a second look again.
So you have to take a VR look.
Yeah. And at least let me congratulate the guys from Intel Sports. Yes, they were the one I watched.
They're doing a massive job. They're doing
a good Intel job. Sports. I follow them throughout. I love their works.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah. So before we get into all of the happenings today, all the conversation, we know where it's going to be headed today. But today is a special day, not just for Liberia, but for Nelson Cole as well. Today is Nelson's birthday, and we want to say happy birthday to our colleague Nelson Cole, who's
Nelson a real better man.
You gotta remember the
you can take the man from the bush, but you can't take the bush from the man.
Please, Nelson being in the city. I was don't spoil the man birthday celebration.
Yeah, but
happy birthday to you, Nelson. I learned that he's going on an all-expense trip, this weekend to a very secluded part of Liberia to go and spend his birthday. The man got a special birthday message that was sent to me, to be read out for him. I know everything easy now.
Who sent it?
I'll read a message. I'll tell you who sent the message. But Nelson is well appreciated, not just by us here at the network, but by folks all across the world who sent in their birthday messages to Nelson Cole. And this is a special one that I'm to read out for you. Nelson Cole, All
Now,
right.
we must send that message.
And then way back. It says, Nelson, I hope your special day is as wonderful as you.
Really?
May you be surrounded by an overwhelming amount of love and all the things.
I will
that
put
make-
more on here. Count me out.
Thank you for being a wonderful son. You see, you are just rushing. I remember. Womi.
I beg you, I see people telling me
remember.
I see him so
Yeah.
past me.
Thank you for being a wonderful son that you are. Happy birthday, my love, from your mom, Joyce Clinton Hammond. So, Madam Joyce Clinton Hammond penned this special one for Nelson.
Hey, man.
I'll read it once more because James is kind of confused as to the
Hey,
outpouring of
man.
love. Yeah, it says, Nelson, I hope your special day is as wonderful as you. May you be surrounded by an overwhelming amount of love and all the things that make you smile. Then you put a smile picture there. A smile picture here. Yeah. That was a very professional speech.
Why should that boy can be wears a hell of a red
Thank you for being a wonderful son that you are. Happy birthday, my love. It is from your mom, Joyce Clinton Hammond. So, Madam Hammond sending a beautiful birthday message there to Nelson Collier. You know, yeah, the boy knows swag. The boy knows how to bluff.
The boy
Yeah.
better boy.
You need to take fashion tips for Nelson. You need to take fashion tips for Nelson.
He's more bone counted than any other thing.
All right. So happy birthday to you, Nelson. We hope to call you on the show. Also, today is the birthday of someone who also follows this network religiously. We also want to wish him a happy birthday, and to everybody else celebrating their birthday today. So Othello Fran George. Othello Fran George is always in the comment section. He's a religious follower of the Spoon Network as well. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday to you, Othello. Othello Friend George, today you celebrate your birthday. You and Nelson should have a wonderful, wonderful time. Good day. Why may you vex? Somebody man send them very beautiful birthday message, then hurting your feeling.
No, I'm not happy because I'm sorry. I'm not.
You're not happy that they sent Nelson that kind of message. Wow.
I'm not angry because of the message. I'm happy because Nelson is more Bon County than any other human being from Bon County. In Bon County, there are two colors that the other people really love: red, yellow.
I never yellow just appear.
In Bon County, red, yellow, middle red. When we were coming up, our great grandparents told us that in Bon County they used to roast the palm nut in Ivory or that my grandma told me that was invisible.
That already say.
Yeah, so yeah, hello.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good, tired but good.
You said?
How you doing? I said I'm tired but good.
Oh, okay. I'm good as well.
And good day, God morning you, huh?
Yeah, God morning me. My better brother celebrating his birthday today. I'm just happy for him. Though people always mistaking me to be better, I'm Loma. People believe that Flomo, yes, and that's true. Flomo is needed for better people in Liberia.
Today is for Nelson, but start giving all
So
your
they always taking me to be I'm
your
not better.
family
Nelson
lineage,
is the
all that
better man.
thing.
You see the man dressing a better man in yellow and red.
I want to just tell Nelson a happy birthday, my son. I wish you well, and I pray that everything that your hand touch will be excellent. And I just know that you're going to enjoy this day. I think good day will say I better to be God left plenty color business. Me my color business.
No, you grew up in a better setting. No, you know everyone here knows. You grew up in Bon Mines, and they're predominantly they are better.
Ah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Pele people say they carry you to Kodo.
I think I'll join our class action lawsuit.
You will answer for your claims.
Predominantly Bon Mines, you have better people there. I've been there before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you
okay.
grew up there. You
Well,
know,
yeah, probably
the
not the common
environment.
people you see.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
environment has reflection uh, on you. Yeah. Like
Okay.
I grew up in Lofa County. Yeah,
Thank
in
you for
Lofa, we love
thank you
toboggan,
for
we
your
love
analysis. Thank
beans.
you for your soccer analysis. How much do you charge?
Nothing, just free.
Well,
Happy birthday, Nelson.
yeah, I want to also give a shout out to Cecilia G. Clark. She became the Liberian National Police spokeswoman. Isn't that wonderful?
It is not just wonderful, but it should be beyond that. We look for another way to describe it.
Yeah, it is amazing. It's historical. All
Yeah.
the adjectives that we can use. So I really want to send a shout out to Miss Cecilia Clark. Thank you for coming into that space where women have been prevented from for many, many years. I appreciate you, and I'm sure you do a wonderful, wonderful job. I also want to give a shout out to my daughter, Rosa Park. You guys know Rosa, right? Good day. I'm
She's
sure you know.
frustrated.
Huh?
Yeah. She's currently frustrated. Don't call her, please. Call her tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah.
why you mean my daughter? I'm my daughter. I know my daughter. I didn't
Yeah,
mind.
the Rosa Parks that can do the GB, James.
Yes, that's
Yes,
what
but
I'm
Rosa
talking
Park, my
about.
friend, I'm telling you, she's from Nimba.
Oh yeah. No, food thing right now on Friday. All our
Donkey.
Saturday GB are gonna be
She's
chocolate.
from Nimba County.
Yes, yes. So that because you think she did because what happened? She frustrated. Why you saying she frustrated? God, I don't want to say why. I want you to say why.
Because Nimba got defeated by Lofa, and they were overexcited that they were going to win the game, but we took it from the back. We came from the back and win.
I see
They
why you
were
want to.
leading, and we came from the back. We won 2-1. So Rosa is currently frustrated. Don't call her. I'm sorry, Rosa Park, and she has a very beautiful and a historical name, though.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Musa has been actively, supportive of Liberians and Liberian people. She's always thinking Liberia. She's a wonderful daughter to me as well. I want to support her. She started, just cooking, trying to make a way,
Just call her and say, "Man, who your heart?" Just call her on the
I
show.
come got quiet. That's I come got told her I talked to her earlier today, but let me Rosa, that good day on you. Let me just tell you, sir, I will call you for that reason, yeah.
Just
Good.
call her right now. Rosa can talk. She like behind me telling me go rest your palate. I'm like, Rosa, rest.
Rosa is gonna be launching her eating facility. Rosa, good day gossiping about you here on the National Public Radio. I don't know if that radio gossip, public gossip. Hello, you hear me? I said you on Spoon. You on Spoon. I hope you're watching because Good Day is gossiping about you. I'm sending a shout out to you. He telling me you frustrated because I'll let him explain. Let him explain himself because I don't want to talk here. I'm not gonna.
That woman thought you would know from the voice.
Okay, go ahead. Talk to Jesus. Good Day.
Hello.
Rosa, James Good Day. Don't come prove Good Day right here.
Volume come out.
You sad and because Nima didn't win. I don't want to say.
Mommy, I'm not sad. The thing about it, we just want to give them a trophy.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, so give my people.
To them. We don't want our vice president job to be at risk, and we tired keeping the trophy, so we want to give it to them. But we are not sad about it.
Thank you, Tata. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
you should see he even know what to say. He just looking. He even know what to say. He's shame now. He's shame now.
I'm not sad.
Yes.
I'm not sad.
Yes, Rosa, but tell us a little bit. Tell the public. I want to invite the public to your eating spot. Tell them a little bit where you are.
The Rosa Kitchen will be launching the business on Saturday at the 15th and the 16th Street, Como Avenue.
Yes.
Opposite Councilor Musa Dean compound under the tree there. There where we'll be launching the business, and there where we'll be for now.
I want you to know I'm very proud of you. You went from cooking in the yard to now moving to a bigger location. and your food is just great. You usually cook for me when I'm in Liberia.
Free
So,
food.
no,
Is that a
free.
food bank? Is that a food bank?
It's $5.
And what other dishes do you make?
We got GB, we got tobagi, and maybe good pepper
Rosa,
soup.
stop. You're supposed to cook tobagi, yeah? I ain't come from nobody cook tobagi. I beg you, man. Talk about your GB.
Well, so
That's
we
true.
will
I
have
had a tobagi before.
with us there.
Yes, I had a tobagi before. It's excellent. Excellent. And you got your salad, you cook your salad before for us.
So,
You know, I cook potato green for us. You know, I cook plenty before. So plenty will be there, right?
I will taste it. When I come to Liberia, I will taste your tobagi.
Then he said, what time he coming? He get there.
You get the testimony. If I ask our cycle about it, so they will give you the testimony.
Mm-hmm. Rosa, thank you so much. I just wanted to congratulate you and for you to put James Goodey to shame because he thought that your voice were down since he feels that because you didn't, yeah. Yes, and I know you're a good supporter of Liberia. You just want to yes.
Rosa, I'm a way my friend.
They give this man to bring peace, so there is nothing about silence.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you. What you talking about? You said Rosa, I'm a way my friend. Look, I will talk to you today, I bet.
Oh my God.
I'm a way my friend from school days.
What do you mean by way by friend? You're talking to her mom right now. Let me just tell you that.
No, I'm telling you that when Rosa Parks started her advocacy, I was one of the very first people who gave her platform. At the time, I was with Liberty Radio. I think that was around 2017 or 2018. Yes, between there.
Okay.
They used to be two. She and one other girl. I'm forgetting her name.
Mm-hmm.
They were like partners.
Okay.
But I stopped seeing her for some time. Una Rosa name, I keep seeing her throughout. So Una Rosa Park and all now.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Rosa is excellent. She's a go-to person. She manages many of my errands in Liberia. If I need to find a doctor to help me with my research, I would ask Rosa if I can call, I can't get through. Rosa will go there for me and send me, whatever information that I need to send. So she's a really great person. So I just wanted to give a shout out to her and to all of those who are having birthdays today. I hope that you enjoy your day. This is your station. Spoon TV is yours. So we're here to say hello to you. Oh, more of So Nelson want to prove to you good that he doesn't wear red only.
But even see the code on him, he look foreign.
What are you talking?
Wait, let me put a yellow there. You see how he will be
My
with
son, mind you.
Wait, see this. You can see the real Nelson.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know what to tell you. Happy birthday, Nelson. Nelson, I was saying a birthday gift, like for all of those who cherish and love Nelson, please send him a gift to make him happy, even though the day is gone in Liberia, but he will enjoy tomorrow. Y'all, all of y'all are my cheering in, so
yeah.
all my cheering in. So what's going on in Liberia? They'll get it Liberian Police news. Y'all lay on them.
We're waiting for Damon to come on.
Mm-hmm.
I heard him saying how Liberia, set a milestone here and there. I'm like, what do people want to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, so James, we all do know that today is a historic day in our country's history. When you want to talk about landmark days, especially for post-war Liberia, since the cessation of hostilities in our country 2003, the TRC recommendation, if you read the Executive Order 131, is outlined as to the background of this executive order. Though there is a research component to it that many folks are talking about that is going to be a stumbling block or something that will be bureaucratic and contain a lot of red tapeism, but at least we know what the makeup of the Office of the War Crime Code and War and Economics Crimes Code would be, and we know the time span as to the time span that they will be investigating and people can be prosecuted for 1979 to 2003 for war crimes, and from 1979 to present for economic crimes or act of corruption. So, the rest of the panelists are going to come on, they will talk about this in depth. But time span was one of the key aspects that people were looking out to see what time frame will it cover. So for the war crimes, it's from 1979 to 2003, during the period of our civil crisis, and the economic crimes was going to cover from 1979, to present. So if you think like, oh, the law can go by, or I'll do my thing and this and that, is from 1979 to present. And that is that is apart from the war crimes, Dr. Richardson, this issue of the economic crimes is it has also cost our country dearly. And that is one of the areas that Liberians are key to see how the Bouaga administration is going to come up with this, and how are they going to establish this. In this document, it talks about soliciting funds from international partners. It talks about if the court will have, because Liberia does not have laws in our book for the prosecution of war crimes. So since we are signatories to international treaties, and laws and all of that, this court is going to be of international backing, So as I said, the panelists are going to talk about it in depth, but it's a good day today. And if you watch the video after President Bouaga signed the last page of the Executive Order 131, did you notice the smile on his face? He smiled and then he sighed, like a breath of relief. Like, so I'm looking at him like, is he, trying to let us know that I've been able to do this or what? And well, Speaker Kofa was very, very, very articulative when he spoke with us. He said he had goosebumps when the president signed. Abraham Darius Dillon was there, the Senate pro tempore. She didn't speak to us, but you could see that she was also smiling. The U.S. embassy have also issued a statement. The Swedish embassy has done so as well. And from the opposition community as well, the SG of the CDC, former Monrovia City Mayor Jefferson Koji, also posted on his Facebook page congratulating President Bouaga as well, calling it the end or the beginning of the end of impunity in our country.
You think it was sincere?
Well, I can speak to the sincerity of it.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Politically, you need to score points. You don't want to seem against.
Very good. Very good.
That Liberians have been yearning for, for years. So you don't want to seem against. So in the spirit of unity and nationalism, whether it's sincere or not, you have to come up and be on the side of and score political popularity points as well, Dr. Richardson.
And how did you feel, before I go to James Goodday, how did you feel being in the presence of the president and all of the dignitaries that you called? Just knowing that, like you described, it was a landmark day for Liberia today. How did you feel being there?
Okay, I'll answer to the last part, because if being in the presence of the president, I've been in his presence almost every day.
But this was a different.
Yeah, so I'll speak to the historic part and the landmark part of it. So usually when we go on assignments, I don't take pictures. When we go on assignments, I don't take pictures because
very good.
But today I took pictures. As aside from working, I wanted to keep pictures for the archive. That however way this goes, and we know it's going to, no matter how slow paced it might be or whatever it is, people are saying this is going to be a slow process. But we don't want to jump the gun. We want to see where the commitment is. But to answer your question, Dr. Richardson, it felt great being there. When you watch historic clips of journalists and others before us, these are events you want to be at. Apart from providing coverage, it's a good thing that you are there. So in the years to come, we're making tomorrow's history today. So I can point out to someone, as when you're watching the footage for the next few years, you say, okay, Diamond was in that footage, he provided coverage and all of that, he and his team. So it felt great being a part of this history making event, Dr. Richardson. Really, really great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So tell me what made it feel so great to you, as somebody who I believe wasn't even born during that time era. When
I was.
You were? Where were you?
Yeah.
When you were born?
I'm not going to state what year I was born, but I was alive.
I was born 1994 years.
It's not
the war started in 1989.
Yeah,
no, it's not. The war started in 1989.
And
December 1989.
And it went as far as 2003.
Mm-hmm. Well, yes.
So in between you look at me, I wasn't born during the civil crisis period in Liberia.
Were you alert enough to know?
I was born 1990.
Okay, if you're talking about alert, I walked from Old Road to Jamaica Road. April
Okay,
6th.
so that's
I knew I was alert.
okay. So that's, let me take you back to that time and then bring you forward to today.
Mhm.
You know, what sensation, what did it create inside of you, knowing that you experienced that walk, involuntary walking, by the way, to today? What did it bring up for you? Let's
Well,
do some therapy now.
Dr. Richardson, it felt nostalgic to some extent, that people, not just people, but this entire country is backward today because of actions of our forefathers or our fathers. We slept in one room on a refugee camp where you have to cook in our room, bathe in our room, with water or drainage, put the drainage in the water flowing right before the place. And you don't know what a normal life is.
Yes.
We grew up playing with bullet shell casings.
Yes.
Yeah. When we playing football, we used to call our friends enemies instead of opponent, because that was what we got used to hearing. Enemy coming, playing the football, but at least those terms, they're going away gradually. Yeah. So for a country as ours, and with hundreds of thousands of Liberians calling for justice, this is a step in the right direction. So whether I was aware for so much of what happened between 1989 to 2003, I can tell you for sure that it has impacted so many of us lives, that we want to see, especially not just the war crimes aspect, but the economic crimes aspect as well. In a country where people hail those who suffer them, those who benefit from all of the spoils, we hail them and we keep rewarding them. This is a step in the right direction, Dr. Richardson.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. I think Liberians need to hear it, taking us back a little bit and then move us to the present.
But James knows that you are on a record before. You are on a record for James Flomo. Last seen wearing green sweater was taken from Bola Town. He's currently so if you know James, please tell your family to come to the play and find you. Hey, you know that program, James?
Yeah.
Oh God. So James, yeah. So actually, James, it sounds like you have an interesting take about what happened today. I don't know if you want to share that. I'm getting the sense that you may not be too happy, or you have some questions.
Yeah.
Or you have some hesitation about what happened today. Well, guys, I'm cooking, so let me go. But we talking.
All right. With what happened today, I think both the legislature and the executive, the entire team surrounding the establishment of the War and Economic Crimes Court, they are not being fair. They are not being fair to the people. Somebody will say, but I thought you always promoting GNB. Yes, but what happened today, in politics, there's something called political game. Political game is like you do something just to make your supporters happy, but behind the scene, that is not what you want to do. If you ever had the opportunity to read the president's statement, I'm not talking about our law. I don't even have the law, but boom, break up.
Yeah, what's up?
I saw your name on one car.
Who, my name?
Yeah, Boom Burger. One Tesla jar got it on your car.
Yeah, he's driving for me.
Okay. So if you had it,
what you coming? James, stop! Don't interrupt our show, James.
No, I was asked question.
No, don't answer it. It was rhetorical.
If you read this,
don't
you know that President Barker
we're really on the show. Play. What's up, guys?
Yeah. Okay. What that? I want for that register to be here so she can protect me.
No. That will not get a big chance. Whenever he's not going to work, he's here to disrupt. Yeah, man.
No, just a light. Just a light review.
No light. No, I'm not talking about people.
I'm not giving you deeper review.
Get in camera, man.
Just a little review of what I saw. Someone asked what I was born. Yes, I was born 1990. And
you were born 1990?
Yeah, I did not experience the first civil war of Liberia.
I mean, when I asked for your life story, right?
The first civil war started from 89 to 97.
But why you behaving like you get your way? I'm not asking you for your life story.
No, these were questions that we were asked before you.
No, but that one thing that I prelude.
So I'm telling the person I did not experience the first civil war, which started in 1989 to 1997. I was just 7 years old. But the second world, that is
who you got in America that always send you money?
Huh?
Who do you have in America that always send you money?
Why do you want to change
from Trenton, New Jersey?
Why do you want to change my
around
topic?
the Ewing Trenton area? Who do you have?
Why do you want to change my topic?
No, I'm serious. The person always send you money. Who always send you money? And that's a female too, Damo.
The only person I have in America who can send me money that you.
No.
Evident.
So I'm gonna call the person. I'm gonna call the guy name.
Camille.
No. Okay, you know what? Okay. Tell you, I will call the guy name. You know the woman married. Oh,
stop.
Oh, you say
I'm
stop.
I'm just telling you. Only you and the boss that who can send me money.
Okay.
The last time I received money from a female in America was my boss today, and you sent me money because I came on the show. You told me not to talk. You told me to put mouth on Tamon. At the end of the day, you sent me $200.
So that's story. So Damon, let me tell you, man.
No. And
check out.
Give her up.
Yeah, man. You said I tell you to put more Damon. So let me tell you, the girl, seriously. She just like James. She's in Trenton, Trenton and Ewing, to the same area, right? In New Jersey. And so I've been asking, I said, but why you always send James money? I mean, you take pay, their country is high, you send James 500, 700, why?
Send me 500, 700. Yeah. They would send me 500, 700, then I'll go to work every day, see what stuff.
Oh, but people are making millions every day, still going to work.
So why you don't want me to talk about this?
No, but wait, James, let's stick on you for a little bit. So this day they send James money, right? Because the job said James had a new job. And the job said James should go and do the urine test, test for drugs. They test everybody. James start messing with our show, my man. You either go or you stay. I don't know what you're doing. So they said test for drugs, right? You got to do the urine specimen, everything. So James, at that time, I don't know what happened, man. I said, well, James, we gave you the money. He said, oh, Chief, because I had to move, I paid the money towards that. I said, James, I'm not saying any money again, saying you pay for your rent. So he said, okay, but can you, James, you either on the show, stop the 7-hour show, you on and off, it's not correct. So, all right, yeah, then go come back. So are you begging me, or you want me to continue? We're not hearing you. We are not hearing you.
The man that people can hear you.
We are not hearing you, James. Okay. We're not hearing you. Go out and come back. I know that the speed you're on. The man on the speed will go out and come back. Let you go. Yeah, man. You can put more on your friend. Oh, man, we're not hearing you. Get off and reconnect. Get off and come back. I made the stereo out show. Yeah. I was telling you, listen, and I kept everything. The people are bad again. Yeah, you good. You very bad.
I'm good.
Yeah, you good. So I will keep the juicy part. I will keep her name and the cash app or something that I sent her to. I will keep that one for last.
I
get her name. Yeah, I get her cash. And she married though. She got 2 children. She lives in Trenton.
Oh man, I'm married. I get 2 children. Question in that.
Yeah,
CEO
man.
stuff.
No, but you don't have to beg because James got to apologize, or else I will call the guy's name. The only reason why I
What
know
should I
her,
apologize?
I know her husband, right? But I'm wondering why will you take your hard-earned money and help James?
But you just said it. She likes
I
James.
won't get an opportunity.
I
Appreciates the work that James did when he was here, you know, and she wants to help him in his education.
That one. The
Even though
the old man said I can send you money, that one. I know the old man said your son, you and Nelson. That one is plain, it's pure, it's good. That one ain't got no string attached.
You mean it, Oma? You mean it, Oma? You mean it,
That
Oma?
one, that one ain't got no string yet. That one is plain. The Oma just let you and Nelson. She always help you guys. But James' own is different. I begin to wonder, listen. I said, but James, that people marry women begin.
CEO stuff. Don't make married men in America to start checking their wives' phones.
Did you think going on now?
I'm telling you, because the person who you're talking about are my friend. Are you? In fact, wait, I will tell the story now.
Wait, Jim, wait.
I will say the story there.
So you see, the man I confessed, he said he would say the rest story. So we're pausing for Saturday. That's Saturday on a conversation, folks. Let's welcome you to the Spoon Talk. We want to welcome I Am the Best. I don't know your name, but you say I am the best. We welcome you to the show. Cleopatra, my dear Clark, welcome to the show. Philip Bala, as always, my man, greetings to your wife and your family. His Excellency Emmanuel Gomanya, welcome to the show. Nelson Dayua, we say welcome. We want to welcome Bobby Zina White. Okay, Doris Tolbert. We want to welcome David Dolia, Lee. Everybody, man, want to say welcome to the show. It's going to be a wonderful program today. We have Dr. Alexander Nuta. Damo, you can take it down because Dr. Nuta is in the States. He's coming in by way of StreamYard. Okay. We have Dr. Alexander Nuta coming on the show. We're going to speak about agriculture ministry. He's the Minister of Agriculture. We're going to speak about the Robert issue. We're going to talk about everything and more because this is the Spoon Talk. Now, while we wait for the rest of the panelists to join us today, President Boga signed 131, the magic number, War and Economic Crime Court. We have to discuss that though. 131, that's the magic number. He signed it. Today, we also want to inform you, the last time we had the police IG on the show, what's his name, Damo? Gregory Coleman.
Yeah.
If you find that clip, it was just last week, Damo. Can you cut it, or James, can you please cut it? We asked him, how much were given to you guys? You covered Nimba election and Grand Jida election. How much? You guys remember? Because you followed us, Ahmed Kumar. We asked him. And Gregory Coleman said, I can't say. He told us that he couldn't tell us. We asked him over and over. We understand you have 1,000 men that were sent to cover the election. But how much did you ask the government of Liberia for? And Gregory Coleman said, I cannot tell you guys. But today we know the amount. The requests that were made by Minister Oswald Twett. We're going to share with you the full information, how much Gregory Coleman and the Joint Security asked for, and how much was actually needed. And then we'll ask Gregory Coleman to come and clear the air. For the day of the election, the period in review, how much did the Joint Security ask for? Our country is too poor. Our country is too broke to ask for that amount of money I saw today. I got the paper. The request for the election in Nimba and the election in Grand Jida. We need to discuss it. That's why we really don't sleep. 4 o'clock, I woke up this morning and I tap in all my different connection. Because I was concerned why Gregory Coleman couldn't tell us the amount that they requested. That he and the minister, now, The chairman for the Joint Security, that Justice Minister Oswald Tway, he's the chairman. He wrote a letter to Burma Kamara. And he told Burma Kamara, said, listen, we need this amount of money to cover the joint security for the election. If anybody guesses how much was requested, we'll treat you to a dinner if you're in Liberia. We'll treat you to a dinner at the Boulevard Palace or Royal Hotel. We'll treat you to a special evening dinner.
Including me.
Including you. If anybody guesses, we will not only treat you, we're not even going to treat you, we'll treat you and your wife or you and your husband. I don't know, we should add girlfriend there. Yeah, you and whosoever. It can be you and anybody. We'll treat you to a very nice dinner. If anybody just close, maybe 10,000 up or 10,000 down closer. Now, let me say this. The election for Grand Jida and Nima County, they are saying we're going to ask for this amount of money. And they asked for the money. And when I saw the document, I freaked out. I did. And I asked the RJ, I said, my man, you got to come and explain. How much each police officer received? Rehearsal training, fuel, investigation, covert operation. You guys got to guess. Somebody almost there, but not almost there. They're almost fall within the ballpark, but you way off. If we find a person that close, we're going to treat you to a nice dinner, Boulevard Palace, or Royal Hotel. You and anybody. We'll give you another 5 minutes. I'm not saying the numbers. Another 5 minutes. You can say either 10,000 up or you down 10,000 with ticket.
You're not going to get somebody.
So let me help you. Let me help you. It is not in the medium. So forget medium. It is not in the medium. Now I help you. And the pay, and on the document I will be sharing with you, they say they pay each of the police officer $20 and $5 on the other side. So each of the police officers made almost $50. I want to ask the police officer, did they give them $50 every day? $50 a day? And we hope that Gregory Coleman can speak to us to clear this thing, because we got document in our possession, which will be a big bunk share tonight. I don't like to use the word bunk share, but I will take that from Henry Costa tonight, because the Liberian people want to know. Uncle Sam, my uncle Samuel P. Jackson, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Tanner. So, I mean, what is it about? What kind of money billing you're talking about?
The money we're talking about, Uncle Sam, we had Gregory Coleman on the show, the IG, right? He's our man. Mm-hmm. And we questioned him and said, yes, you took care of the election, but how much was the budget for the election? And Gregory Coleman said he couldn't tell us. You remember?
Well, Gregory Coleman was not IG during the election center.
Uncle Sam, come back, come on. We know that you're 70 years, so come on. The election in Grand Jida and Nima.
Oh, you mean the recent election? Okay, the recent election. Okay, all right.
Yeah. So we asked Gregory Coleman, we said, just tell us how much. And Gregory Coleman couldn't. He said that he's not going to tell us, Uncle Sam. And so he sent us to the information desk. And so we call it information desk, and the people say, yes, the document, because Gregory Coleman said it. And the letter that was written to Burma Kamara, we have it. And the breakdown of the expenses, we have the document. But it's shocking. It is shocking. It is shocking, who said?
Just in Grand Jida alone, or Grand Jida and Nimba?
Grand Jida and Nimba.
Grand Jida and Nimba, okay.
I will share it with you guys, and I hope to hear from Gregory Coleman, though. And it was somebody in Minnesota of Justice, who is the AG.
So how much money was that they want people to guess?
Yeah, if you guess the 4 in the ring will treat you to a nice dinner that the Richardson says she will pay for it.
I think somebody came like 10,000 above.
So I came close to it.
Yeah, somebody went 10,000 above.
So James, who would that person be?
The person is let me get it.
No,
that's a trick question Dr. Richardson giving you. When you mention that person, others are going to take cue. You are just about to mention that person.
Yeah.
James, I'm not saying anybody, but go ahead and just text me. Take a screenshot of it and text me.
Let me just take screenshot.
Let's talk about brother Fadiga all day. Fadiga have not posted anything since we flagged his last post. So we're monitoring Fadiga, folks. Okay. And I also want to announce to you today, the President of the Republic of Liberia, President Joseph Yeman Boakai, have completed his weekly activities, and he's on his way to America. We'll be sharing with you all those that will be traveling with the President. The President will be traveling with 26 members, including the President. The President had to cut down on the team. Dr. Alexander Nuta is here, so therefore it will be 25, because Dr. Alexander Nuta is on the list. The activities, the in and out of the President, will share the entire information with you guys, because you need to know when your President leaves the country, how many individuals traveling with him. And you need to know when your President leaving the country, the various activities he will be attending and when he will be going back home. So we will be sharing those information with you tonight. Invite your brothers, invite your sisters, and we can have a wonderful conversation, because today will be big. We will be talking about the rubber issue in the country. Who own your rubber? The farmers, the tappers. Why are we still having the executive order on rubber exportation? Some people say it's good. Some people say it's bad. How much Jetty is paying for rubber? How much Firestone paying for rubber? On the world market, how much do people buy rubber? Today, on the whole big world market, if you go there, they pay almost a little over 600. But in Liberia, when you take your rubber to Jetty and you take your rubber to Firestone, how much do they give you? Because those are the people that are exporting. So how much do they give you? So it's not a fair market. So I'm so happy to talk to Dr. Alexander Nuta tonight, because Liberians want to know. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spoon Talk. A lot of stuff is happening. We'll share this document. We'll put it on our page. When you see Good Day sitting over there, you know that it's a serious business. Every document we share, you'll find it on our page. If he failed to do it before the show over today, I would talk about him and the woman that's sending him money from Trenton. Yeah, I will. I know her name. I get a WhatsApp information, how much money she has sent. James are going for his job. They asked him to do a urine specimen test for drugs. She sent James money. I got that information. I will get everything to you guys if James play with me tonight. Tonight, I'm incomplete Zico. I'm incomplete Zico tonight.
I also know a boyfriend named Trenton.
We got 2 children. She married. She no boyfriend. She married. The church I used to visit. She used to visit that church. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from Uncle Sam. You know, when you not teach your own picking wickedness, then you got a position. So now teach James too many wickedness.
I sent a person name to you.
Yeah. So the president signed the war crime court, and then he did something called the corruption court. And I've been talking to some lawyers, and that will have my views about in terms of the time frame from 1979 to 2003. And one of the lawyers told me that since the 1986 Constitution prevents or gives immunity to people 1979, 1980 actions, so they will recalibrate. I put that in the chat room. They will recalibrate and make it from 1989 to 2003. So we'll see what happens. And one of the things I'd like to see is how comprehensive as they move along when they start indicting people, who bears the greatest responsibility, and let's see what happens, the security implication, the economic implications. Can we chew gum and work at the same time. What does it mean for Liberia? So we'll see what happens. So let's So I mean, I'm happy he signed it. It takes a lot of pressure off him from the international system, and let's see what happens. They're going to set up the office, and we'll start funding it.
Uncle Sam, I know you want us to go there, but I want us to talk to Dr. Alexander Nutter real quick, right? He's going to lay out his vision for agriculture. You're going to get into all, James, mute yourself down. You're going to get into all the necessary. Then we're going to talk about all our other stuff, because you're right. But something I want Liberians to focus on, the ceremony today, as big as it should be, the vice president was absent. The national security advisor, he was absent. The political advisor was absent. We want to name who all were absent and why they were absent. Some people got the information this morning. Some people got the information this morning from the executive mansion. And there were some people, the American embassy called them, and it was shocking to them. They said, do you know that we're coming to the executive mansion, the president is about to sign this document? They said, no, you are joking. There's a split about the World Economic Crime Court, but the president has signed it. We're going to get into that. Hussein, we have our guest for tonight, Alexander Nutter. Talk to us.
Well, I think, agriculture, there are a lot of questions that we have for agriculture tonight, but I was mostly interested in the executive order today. The president, I like how he came out exactly as I anticipated. It leaves some questions that we'll be asking tonight. Is this going to be another delay? Is this ever going to happen? There are some component of that executive order that made me to believe that I doubted that we'll ever have a war in economic crime code in Liberia.
Thank you very much, Fatiga. Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, interested in listening to what Dr. Nutter has to say about the agriculture sector in Liberia. We saw on the president's 100-day plan that agriculture was being boosted, although there was not a lot of conversations about that. So maybe this would be a great opportunity for the agriculture minister to go into that. They talk about FINDA, making a rice farm at FINDA, the University of Liberia. This would be also opportunity for him to expand on that. I'm also interested in hearing what he has to say about the rubber business, the ban on processed rubber in Liberia. So I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. We're going to start the show now. It's 5 o'clock here, Eastern Time, USA, 9 o'clock, Liberia time. We're so glad to welcome every one of you. Please share our program as we bring in Dr. Alexander Nutter, Minister of Agriculture. Welcome, Dr. Alexander Nutter. Welcome, Minister Nutter. It's good to have you, sir.
Thank you, Waterspoon, and thanks to the Spoon TV team. I'm glad to see Mr. Sam Jackson, my papi. How are you doing, Sam?
Not bad. Dr. Nutter is my colleague. We worked together on a few things before, and I have a lot of respect for him, and I look forward to a good interaction, sir. And congratulations for your preferment. Congratulations.
Thank you. And thanks to Hassan also and Dr. Richardson. I know Dr. Richardson, I saw her for the very first time in Liberia.
Yes.
It was a brief interaction, but I think I was impressed.
Thank you. I was also impressed by your knowledge as well.
So, Mr. Waterspoon, let me say thank you, and thanks to the Liberian people. Thank you for creating this platform for us to be able to inform our people about what we do at the Ministry of Agriculture and for the Liberian people. I know a lot of things have been said in the media regarding the rubber sector, regarding what we do at the Ministry of Agriculture. So today I will be looking at a couple of issues. First, I will want to look at what we have done as stewards of the ministry since we took over on the 14th of February.
Can I interrupt you briefly, sir? Can you properly introduce yourself? Doctor, in which aspect? Can you please?
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Nutter is an agricultural economist. I graduated from the University of Liberia in 2003 with a bachelor degree in agriculture, and then enrolled at the same university the same year, 2003. I began to do economics. I did not complete a degree in economics. I was doing junior courses in economics when I left and traveled to China, where I did my master's degree in regional economics and then a PhD in agricultural economics. After I left China, I joined the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. Before then, it was the Ministry of Finance. And at that time, I worked for Amara Kone, whom I have a very good relationship with. I worked for him as senior economist at the Ministry of Finance. And then later on left, joined the International Monetary Fund for a year as an economist here in Washington, D.C., the USA. I left the IMF, returned to Liberia in 2016, and then did some consultancy around. Later on, joined the World Food Program, the WFP. I worked for WFP for 2 years, up to 2022, and then joined the World Bank. I was with the World Bank as a consultant when I got hired by this government as the Minister of Agriculture. For mine, I started all my profession with the Ministry of Agriculture more than 20 years ago as a technical assistant to the then Deputy Minister of Agriculture for Planning and Development, Minister Edwin Tete. To him, I gave most of my successes because he led me, in fact, provided for me the opportunity to go to graduate school. So Edwin Tete is somebody I hold in high esteem for what he did for my own professional career. And next is Amara Kone, who gave me the first platform. Because, you know, when I left graduate school, I went back to Liberia. Like I said, before I left to go to graduate school, I was actually an employee of the Ministry of Agriculture. I joined that ministry in 2004. But when I left and got back to the country, I was told by then Minister Chinowe, may her soul rest in peace, that she didn't need an economist at the Ministry of Agriculture. So I was jobless until Amara Kone called me into the
Oh,
Ministry.
hold on 1 minute. So Dr. Richardson Ente fired you.
Oh, I didn't know that was her aunt. No, to be frank, that was the start of my career, right? I had come from graduate school with a PhD.
No, we understand all that.
Let it third pass. Let it third pass. I'm not going to comment
No, we
issue yet.
understand all that, but Fadiga, we need to establish tonight that Dr. Richardson Ente fired him.
We're not going to just comment discussion.
No, that's not the issue. So, I think briefly that's me, Alexander Newton.
Newton, again, welcome to the show. It's good to have you. We know Dr. Newton because, for me, I get to know you because of this past election. You know, work along with Amara Kone and our team at Spoon Network and the rest of the team to bring a success story to Liberia through Jose Yimabwaka and Jeremiah Kuhn. So we say thank you for joining us. And we want to stick to the conversation. It's always good to have you. You can do your intro now on agriculture and the way forward at the ministry.
Yeah, thank you. So I will be talking about two audits we've done at the Ministry of Agriculture. That's the fixed asset audit and the human resource audit. I will also be looking at our 100 days deliverable, what we said we want to do, what we have done. And then I will briefly talk about the National Agriculture Development Plan, which is part of our 100 day deliverable. I'll be talking about that, providing some little bit of details in that. And then after that, I will be trying to look at the Executive Order 124, because 124 has become an issue. And in fact, I have personally received some threats, you know, from some group and some of the actors in there. So I think it's about time that we talk about it openly so that people get to know where we stand with regard to the executive order that was released by the George Weah administration. So we'll give some history about that. And then maybe question and answer, I'll listen to those who want me to answer some of their questions. So to begin with, I will start first with the HR audit. When we took over at the Ministry of Agriculture on February 14 officially, we thought to know whom are we going to be working with. We thought to assess the HR capacity of the ministry because the ministry is a technical ministry and supposed to have technical staff to be able to do the job it was created to do. So we asked the internal audit or the auditors there to do an audit of the system to give us the results. They brought back a result that was very startling to me. On the Ministry of Agriculture payroll, we have 373 staff. Out of 373 staff, we have 117 of them that are ready for retirement. So they are on the payroll, but they do no job because they are retirees already, but they have not been able to get them retired and send them off the payroll. Out of the same 100, out of the same 373, we have 82 persons on the payroll with the title security. They are security across the country. They are getting paid. We also have, of the 373, 35 drivers at the ministry. So if you look at the 117 and the 82 plus the 35, we have pretty close to 234 persons who are on the Ministry of Agriculture payroll right now and getting money. But technically, they are not contributing to the technical, needs of the ministry. At the Ministry of Agriculture, we actually need to have 100 district agriculture officers because there are 100 agricultural districts across the country. Of the 100 district officers, we have just 47 of them on payroll. But the 47 of them on payroll, we have 22 of those 47 already included on those to be retired. So for the entire system, we have just 25 active district agriculture officers. Besides the district agriculture officers, we need to have technicians at the clan level. At each of the districts, agriculture districts, we need to have 3 clan technicians that are responsible for crop production, livestock production, and data collection. We need to have 300 of those across the 100 districts, but we have 0 of them. So where we need 300 persons, we have nobody there. Besides those clan technicians, we are supposed to have, there are 5 agricultural regions in the country. Each of these regions has regional coordinator, and each of those regional bureaus are supposed to have 12 specialists. We need to have specialists in cereal crops. We need to have climate change or climate smart agriculture specialists. We need to have crop protection specialists. We need to have database specialists. We need to have land and water management specialists. These are the technicians or the scientists that we need in the system to get agriculture working as it ought to be. So at each of those 5 regions or regional offices, we need to have 12 specialists. But today, across the entire 5 regions, what we can account for right now is just 10. So instead of having 60 specialists across the regions, we have just 10 of them. That means our entire agriculture system is weak in terms of human resource capacity. And that's just the Ministry of Agriculture. In fact, as board chair for CARI, which is our research station, we had the first board meeting on the 9th of April before we left the country. We realized that even at CARI, Carrie that's supposed to be doing all of the scientific research in agriculture, there are no human resource strength there. So they lack all of the capacity that they need in terms of human resource to do the job. So our agriculture system, human resource wise, is weak. That's what the result of our HR audit tells us. That's for human resource capacity. And then we try to do the second audit of our assets. The fixed asset that we have, that includes the office infrastructures across the counties, that include the vehicles that we have across the county, the land that we have. It will surprise you to know that most of the assets that the ministry has across the country, they've already been taken over by private individuals. Simple example, our head office, regional head office in Bombay County, is being virtually occupied now by the mining company there. Because if you get there, you see the trucks parked around it. There is no space for people to do any work. Some of the land that the ministry owns across the country have been encroached upon by private individuals. So we cannot access them. Besides that, at the head office, the Ministry of Agriculture itself, the vehicles that were bought, some of the vehicles cannot be appropriately accounted for. For example, the result tells us that 17 vehicles, most of them Toyota pickups and SUVs, will not be appropriately accounted for. We were told that these vehicles were being given to farmers on loan, but we asked, we could not get appropriate documentation to verify that these vehicles are indeed on loan to farmers. Some of the numbers you have as contacts, you call the numbers, nobody answered, it doesn't even ring. And there are no documentation to prove that indeed these vehicles and some of the motorcycles that are allegedly being given or were given to farmers were actually given to farmers. So there is this gap of 17 vehicles and other motorcycles that are not well accounted for. You don't find that in the access registry. So we are still trying to look at the financial side of it, but the physical assets and the human capital are lacking at the Ministry of Agriculture right now. Specifically, there is great human resource deprivation at the Ministry of Agriculture. We've raised this with the requisite people to see how we can address it, and the president is seriously interested in that because he has told us there is no way you can implement the best program that you have in the absence of the right human capacity. So we'll be calling on our partners. We've been talking to our lawmakers to see how we can fill the gap if we want to see agriculture move forward. So that's what we have for what we've done so far before we get to our 100 days deliverables.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nutat. I'm just going to get into the question. I'm going to ask quick two questions, Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam, Al Hussein, and just to let you know, the rest of the team will be joining us. People working and they're on their way home. Dr. Nutat, 234 individuals on payroll today, but they are not contributing. What's your plan for them?
We've had some conversation. In fact, right now we are trying to work with the CSA, the Civil Service Agency, to see how we can expedite the retirement of these people so that we get them off the payroll and be able to bring on board people who have the technical skills, who are strong enough that we can actually strengthen our capacity to contribute. For those who are there as security or with other titles, we want to be able to verify indeed if they are there. In fact, just yesterday or today, the Deputy Minister for Administration released a memo across the county that those who are based outside of the Monrovia should report to head office in 45 days. You need to come so that we do a head count to make sure, yes, you are a security, you are working in the field, and you will know whether you need to be there. If we can verify, then of course we can get you that. Because there are some names on the payroll who have been there since 2008 had never reported the work, but they've been taking pay. So right now, with the 373, we want to verify who is there and who is not there. So some of them might just be ghost names. So we are trying to do
but before we get to the ghost name, because we'll be on the CSA director, we'll be on other folks here on the show, let's just try to settle this. You are not dismissing them for now.
No, we're not dismissing anybody. What for those who are supposed to be retired, there is no way we can have them on the payroll and bring on board additional people to replace them. So all we want to do now is for the CSA to work with NASCO so that they can be transferred from the active civil service payroll to the retirement payroll where they will get a retirement benefit monthly. That's what we're trying to do. If we can succeed in doing that, then we'll be paving way to have additional 117 persons come on board. After that, those who are security will want to know whether you are actually on active duty. We want to know them. Those who are not on active duty, then we have to take the decision now to get it out and get on board those who need to do the job, because we need technicians at the ministry. But currently, 60% of the workforce at the ministry is in administration. When the technical departments do not have the technicians they need to do the job, that's what we want to address.
And this include the 35 drivers, correct?
The 35 drivers, the securities.
Okay, so I think the answer you gave them, and a lot of people falling right now, you're saying you're not going to dismiss anyone, just to go over everything to be straight. You're asking them to come in town 45 days, identify yourself, make sure that you can do a head count. Then from there, you make the decision. Those that need to be retired, retire. Those that need to be redeployed. And you're going to just go through all these things. But right now, you can assure Liberians you are not dismissing anyone that other ministries and entities are doing right now.
No. We do not want to dismiss anybody without any reason. If anybody does not appear for hair count, then of course we will appropriately take the decision needed to be taken. But we did not go to the Ministry of Agriculture to dismiss anybody. No, we are not interested in that.
So my second question. I mean, you're very clear on this one, and that's why we're having a very frank discussion today that people can understand from you. You are the minister proper. My second question: the company name that residing, that occupying on your ministry property with their yellow machines, what's the name of that company?
I think the president gave order yesterday. I think I followed something maybe yesterday or the day before yesterday when he visited the road. He gave, he was talking about 1B Mountain, that is the Western Cluster, right? Western Cluster that is operating along that cluster has occupied our land. The office we have in Bomi is occupied by that. We park their trucks around there. We do not access our property. And I'm glad he's taking some decision on that. But
Have you asked them why? Are you asking them to leave?
No, we try to get to the county authority to act, but we have not settled that out because I sent my deputy minister for extension, who is in charge of the region. He came back to me with a report. We are still working to finalize it. But I thought to raise it because those are some of the issues that we have. Private individual concessions occupying properties of the government that are supposed to be under the Ministry of Agriculture.
Dr. Nuta, thank you. Let me pass the board around. Folks have questions for you. Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam Jackson, Hossein Fadiga, and Mami, welcome. Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, Dr. Nuta, I'm going to ask a question before I ask my two questions. Do you speak Chinese?
I do.
Oh, okay. I always find that Chinese to be difficult.
Ni hao. Ni hao.
These are my
Oh, we.
I always find it a difficult but good language to have, and anyone who knows that language, is you're a good learner. My question to you is, how do you feel about the budget? Your ministry was allotted one of the smallest amount of money. When we look at the ranking of how money was allotted to different ministries, how do you feel about that?
Well, as a sector minister, of course, I wouldn't feel good about it when my sector is not being funded, because there are a great deal of work that needs to be done in the agriculture sector. I always tell some of my colleagues, I say, look, the arrest, I am the A in the arrest, so I should be prioritized, because you know what? Agriculture is the foundation of our economy. Agriculture, for me, I see it as the path for income redistribution, because most of the low income earners, the poor people, they are in the sector. Unless we make agriculture better, the life of the ordinary people will not be made better. And we can only make it better by investing in it. So when the budget came and I saw initially the 3.2 million, I was very dissatisfied with that. And I talked to some of the colleagues in cabinet at the Ministry of Finance, we talk about it. Because I had initially submitted a budget of $13.8 million just to at least bring the Ministry of Agriculture to at least 50% of the required human capacity to operate. And then we are also trying to do other things that will be discussed on the 100-day deliverable. But when I saw the return, it was just 3.2. Unfortunately, I know there have been some work done by the legislature. The legislature was able to, give us additional, financing, even though that's not, it's not the ultimate that we wanted, but they made some little bit of adjustment in what they gave us initially. We are hopeful that along the way before the end of the year, when there's a recast, they will continue to increase the budget so that we meet the required resources we need just for 50% operation for this fiscal year. That was the target. But the national allocation, I think, does not support the dream and vision of the arrest agenda, especially for agriculture. That's my mechanical opinion.
So what are you going to do? How are you going to run an organization, a ministry that is so valuable in our country at this moment? I think the key to developing our country is through your ministry, and you didn't get a lot of money allotted to that ministry. So how do you run an organization like without money?
So I'm going back. I've already spoken to the Senate Committee Chair on Agriculture. I engaged him a couple of times. I spoke to the Honorable Senate Pro Tem Youngblade. I think I spoke to some of the chairpersons on the both finances committees and the both houses. I spoke to the finance committee on the Ways and Means Committee chair at the House. I spoke to the Ways and Means Committee chair at the Senate. We're having some engagement. So we want to go and see how we can do some reprioritization, because, for me, I've said it. It is true that we get some donor support in terms of project, but if we do not have the technical people that we need to run the ministry, the donor projects will not be efficiently monitored, and the result that we desire, we will not get it. So we are trying to, and we want to ensure that we be able to bring on board the technical staff that we need to be able to monitor and participate in the effective implementation of projects that could even be financed by donors. Least to say, we as the Ministry of Agriculture, I can say there is no money for real investment into any project. That I can say for free. The money that we have in the budget will be there to pay people, the 373 persons that we have on payroll. The money will be there to pay them. Then the additional financing that was given to us is linked to a project that we'll be discussing under the NADP.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Richards, and thank you. Let me bring in Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson?
Ni hao.
Hey, ni hao,
Okay, great. Look, I have a lot of questions to ask, but for the purpose of this program, I just want to say in this public manner that Dr. Nuta has been one of those intellectuals who've been suppressed for the last, I mean, post-war, with all his great education, one of the contributors, just try to suppress this guy. But I'm very glad that you are where you can make a big difference because we work together. I know your ability. Okay, but look, I want to talk to you about agricultural funding, like the Maputo Declaration, 10%. I want to talk about Agricultural Development Bank. I want to talk about all this stuff. But I just want you to speak out to the ordinary men and women out there. The basic challenges, right? Just give us the contours of the basic challenges you have in agriculture. For example, is like in terms of the arable land for Liberia, is what is the percentage of the arable land we have in Liberia? What kind of what do you call it? In said non-traditional exports that we can go into, because rubber is just our traditional export, and then coffee and cocoa, but there are other stuff. So just speak to us about the arable land, the soil formation, all of that. I mean, just in simple English to my Marion, so they can know exactly what the agricultural potential of the country is. I think that would be, for me, that would be a good starting point. What is it that we can really produce and we can produce competitively in Liberia, from your point of view?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and thank you for the recognition. Liberia has immense potential in developing agriculture, immense potential in generating indigenous wealth through agriculture. Liberia has 600,000 hectares of arable land that you can actually cultivate and make Liberia an export country or an export potential country that can feed greater part of the world or even our sub-region, only if we have the right investment, the right technology to invest. Besides the 600,000 hectares that we have for crop production, we also have 120,000 hectares of grazeland that we can actually use for cattle production. We can do cattle in the southeastern part of the country. There are vast grazeland there for production. We also have wetland that we can use to grow most of the crops that are needed to feed ourselves. This is why when we go to the Ministry of Agriculture, I didn't want to start with that. We thought to embark on a project, a vision that would drive us into deviating from what we call our traditional export commodity, the rubber, to other value chains that have the potential to create wealth for the Liberian people. We are developing the National Agriculture Development Plan. That plan is targeting to bring on a cultivation of 50,000 hectares of lowland that will be used just for rice production, because we know the land is there. In fact, we have identified through the IFC, they've done some work for us, they've identified already 34,000 hectares of lowland that we can just use irrigation technology to make it productive. So that is already on our way. Besides rice, which is a staple commodity, now I'm coming to the potential for non-traditional export. We want to be able to expand production of cassava. As you know, cassava has diverse uses across the globe. We want to be able to empower our farmers to produce or develop 20,000 hectares of land to grow cassava. And the cassava that will be grown on the land will be transformed from cassava to starch, and the starch can now be exported. Besides cassava that we want to use as part of our non-traditional export, we also want to be able to expand the production of cocoa and coffee. For those of you, Mr. Johnson, you are fully aware of that. In Liberia, before the war, Liberia was one of the best exporters or producers of coffee. We had a brand called Coffee Liberica. Liberica was a premier brand in the coffee world. Today, we've lost it. The ones we have today in Liberia is produced on a minimal scale. So our plan over the next 5 years in our national plan that we'll be talking about later would be to expand the production of coffee so that our farmers can have the technical assistance they need to be able to cultivate 35,000 or maybe 15,000 hectares of land for coffee production. If we do that, we will expand the production of coffee. And when coffee production expands, it means our export will also increase from the non-traditional rubber that we know in Liberia. Besides coffee, we also want to expand the production of cocoa, which is also a non-traditional source of export for us. We used to do export of cocoa in the past, but post-war Liberia, the export of cocoa is very low in Liberia. We need to be able to scale that up. That's why we want to be able to invest into the production of these commodities to expand our export base, thus expanding our potential to generate foreign exchange for the country. And that will also make our palm oil to generate some income.
Okay, so thank you very much. You talk about investments and investments finance, okay? And Dr. Nuta, you being an economist, you know that only 4% of bank credits currently go to agriculture. Only 4% of total bank credits go to agriculture. Okay, so I see you smiling. You know where this question is going. So I want you to just basically give us your view on what you believe would be the appropriate financing mechanism for agriculture, because a lot of the things you would do, I mean, has to be private sector driven, right? But government support, right? So number one, how do you attract significant investments, okay, which is investable and scalable investment in agriculture? And how do you do that with the present banking system where there is no expertise in lending to agriculture? Do we need, now this is a real question, do we need a special purpose vehicle for agriculture since agriculture requires long-term money? That's my question to you.
Thank you very much. Look, interestingly, I worked on the Unity Party platform before the election. So, and Mr. Johnson, we talked about all of these things before. We had this conversation in the past. You and I know that one of the reasons why agriculture in Liberia is not developed is the constraints associated with access to finance, especially for those who are intending to venture into agriculture on a large scale. So in order to have private sector investment in agriculture, there must be access to finance. But our current banking system does not provide that opportunity. Look, I'm a farmer myself. Let me tell you my practical experience. I went to LBDI, I will call the bank's name, right? I went to LBDI to borrow $20,000 to invest into, my farm. Okay, I have my land. That's the collateral I thought I would have used, but then that collateral was not acceptable because maybe the value that I put on the land was not equivalent to that. So they asked me to use my salary because I also saved with the bank as a collateral. So they were trying to give me a 2-year facility that I will pay back the $20,000 in 2 years with interest. But after doing all of the calculation, I was only going to get back in real terms $16,000 because I needed to do some insurance that would cost me $2,000 for the 2 years period. I needed to do all kinds of things. Then I realized that it was not worth it. I wasn't going to take $20,000. Then I received in cash $16,000, and I paid back the money. After amortization and everything, I will be paying back $23,000. So that makes it just expensive for anybody who wants to get into agriculture. And you are saying you pay back in 2 years, and the return on agriculture investment is not that short. It requires long term. So, given my personal experience with the system, one of the priorities I have embarked on as the Minister of Agriculture is the establishment of the Agriculture Enterprise Development Bank. That bank will be specialized in lending to agriculture. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I'm staying in the United States. Just yesterday, I was on the line with the DFC, having conversation with them to see how they can assist the process. We want to do it as a private venture. It's a public-private partnership, a joint venture. Because Mr. Johnson, I remember 2012 we talked something about the ACDB, the liability that it has. The only reason why it had all the liabilities because of the way it was managed. It was seen as a public entity and it was captured by the elites. So because of that experience, we want to be able to avoid elite capture for this agriculture enterprise development bank. So we're trying to have it as a public-private venture where the private sector investors will have greater role in the governance and operational management of it to make it efficient. Our goal is to be able to give low interest credit to farmers and those interested in agriculture value chain development. That's the purpose. So we've been talking with some of our partners to see how they can be a part of that process, and it's still ongoing. I think that one of the areas the legislature was gracious to us. We had asked to have $5 million in the budget as a counterpart funding so that we can use that to leverage private sector partners to come and invest. We didn't get that, but they gave us something that we can still work with to be able to attract the right private sector partners to join or establish that bank.
So look, my last question, not my second part of the question is, so we have to do something about liquidating the ACDB because it has not been. I know you're laughing again because you and I talked about this before. Liquidation of the Agricultural Cooperative Development Bank. Okay, their depositors, their liabilities, and all of that. So, give me your strategic plan to create an agricultural enterprise bank with the outstanding issue of not liquidating the agricultural development bank, and whether there will be claims on the assets of the new bank. Just walk us through that.
No. There will be no claim on the assets of the AEDB, which is completely different from the ACDB, because this is a new entity. In fact, the ACDB was a public stuff. This is going to be a PPP arrangement. It is almost like what we did with, LPMC case and the LACRA coming in. LACRA is a new entity, but it's an offspring of LPMC, right? But no claim on LACRA. So that's the path we're taking.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Fadiga?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Nuta. It's been 101 days since since we took power. I listened to you. You said a lot of good things. I think you did yourself a disservice because a lot of them were not captured in the president's speech, his address to the nation. Yesterday, the president mentioned, he said that the government took a major step to boost the agriculture in the last 100 days. And some of the things he mentioned was the completion of a national agricultural development plan. And he said in 2 weeks, we should have the full document out for review. He also said that there were critical intervention to ensure that the reduction of importation of rice by 70%. 70%. The last person that I think tried that was my dear friend Dr. Richardson's sister, the one who fired you, and I think he brought that rest right.
Her aunt.
Said no, do make it look bad. I try to be nice. But my question here is, I want you to elaborate on key component of that thing that we do not know yet, and tell me what specific strategy is being implemented to reduce the importation of rice by 70%.
Okay, so I think you are dragging me to the 100-day deliverable because I wanted to discuss the national plan under the deliverable and then expand on how we want to do that. But if you want to, I can still answer the question. Because you see, if you look at what we have in the NADP, the National Agriculture Development Plan, we have targeted developing 50,000 hectares of lowland. And let me tell you, Liberia consumed 516,000 metric tons of rice in 2023. Of the 516,000 metric tons, we imported 365,000 metric tons, at least for the data that I have. So if you look at that, you will see we are importing right now about 70% of what we eat as a country, and they're producing a meager 25 to 30% locally. And the president was very clear when he spoke to the BBC that before he leaves office in 2029, Liberia should reverse that. We should be at least producing 70% of what we eat. And maybe we'll still have to be importing, we'll do 30%. We've got to reverse that. But our vision under this government is to ensure that we are self-sufficient in rice. But we have first set a target to make it 70%. So we are looking at 50,000 hectares. If you look at just the minimum yield per hectare, if you do irrigated rice production, for which we intend to invite, you will realize that if you develop 50,000 hectares and you grow the simple Narika L19, Narika L19 yields 3 metric tons per hectare in the lowest condition, but at optimal condition, you can get as far as 5 metric tons. So we are assuming that the Narika that is produced in 90 days, if you were to develop 50,000 hectares, not considering what is already under production, but if you have additional 50,000 hectares developed, it means for the first cycle of production, if your yield is 3 metric tons per hectare, you are going to be producing 150,000 metric tons of paddy rice on the first year, on the first cycle, right? And Narika is possible you can produce it 3 times a year, but we just want to set the target at minimum 2 times. Just 2 times production. If you produce Narika 2 times, you will be getting 300,000 metric tons from 50,000 hectares. That's the minimum. But there's a possibility that you can even expand to grow to produce 4 or 5 metric tons per hectare. But looking at the base to be 3 metric tons, if you do that, you produce 300 metric tons of paddy rice. If you process that paddy rice, there is a possibility of recovering about 65% of the paddy to clean rice. So, in essence, if we were to develop 50,000 hectares of lowland and grow Narika a minimum twice a year, then the minimum we'll be producing for ourselves would be around 200 metric tons of clean rice. So that 300 metric tons of clean rice, if you add it to the already 30% that we are importing, it will be around 365,000 metric tons, which would be 70% of the 500,000 metric tons of rice we eat. So that's what we are trying to do.
Yeah, annually, I just wanted to do. Is that
annually? Annually, yes. Annually. That's what we said to do. But I was surprised. Maybe some people misunderstood what the president said yesterday. They were saying, well, in the 100 days, we'll reduce importation by what? 70%. I hope they didn't misunderstand him. The plan for this government is to drive us to full self-sufficiency. Rice is one of the critical commodities that we all know about in Liberia. We know it's critical. Our intention is to ensure that production of rice is scaled out in such a way that people who want to produce rice, both private sector investors and individual smallholder farmers, will be able to produce sufficiently for the country to first have access to it, and then we can scale out to the export market. We want to do that. And this government is committed to doing that. That's the reason why we've spoken with the president on this. We've spoken with some of the lawmakers. Beginning next fiscal year, we want to see a budget that will be reflective of what the country means for agriculture. Everybody has said that. And we have conversation with some of the development partners. They are prepared to work with us. And let me just say this. One of the reasons why I was very particular about this national plan is to be able to provide some direction for our development partners. We all know how much money goes into agriculture in Liberia, but we don't see the impact most of the time. So we wanted to be able to have a clearly defined roadmap that donors and our development partners will follow with their support to agriculture. If you came to Liberia next year and wanted to do something in agriculture, you must follow the development plan that we have. If you want to do rice production, our target is to develop the lowland. Our target is 50,000. Say I can do 1,000 for you. You're not going to tell me, say, I will support 100,000 smallholder farmer. No, let's go by the target. If the 1,000 hectare you develop, fully develop it, it will be for 10,000 smallholder farmer. Fine, but we want to be able to meet the target that we set in the plan that would drive us to achieving the national objective that we have.
I get to my second question. I just wanted to make sure, just so you clarify, the 50,000 hectare, are they solely government owned or public private?
No. We are not saying government will produce. We are going to facilitate the development of this land.
All right.
We got different cooperatives across the country. Like in Lofa, for example, we got the Fagonda that we will be going to. We got almost 20,000 hectares in Foya area. In Nimba, we got the Bendi. In the southeast, there are lowland areas. Some of the things we want to empower, we want to be able to create smaller cooperatives where these farmers can work together in group. We empower them to produce. This is why under the 100 days deliverable we'll be talking about, we took the first step of going to the former cooperative in Bon Mines. They have 2,300 hectares. For this year, we are supporting them to develop 1,000 hectares. The 1,000 hectares that they are developing will be done by a group of individuals in that cooperative. We want to make sure that each member of the cooperative will have at least 2 hectares. Once we develop the full capacity of that place, they should have 2 hectares, and this cooperative will be linked to the entire processing facility. You might have the mill that you can process and brand your own right and put on the market. You must have the warehouses that will be required to get to where you are. That's what we are looking at. So we have done the plan. We will do the validation, and after the launch of the plan, we want to be discussing it here if you give us a chance so that we can fully discuss it, everybody get to understand the investment that is necessary to get it started.
My second part has to do with mechanized farming. Well, the last administration, it was always about mechanized farming. We know that those instruments and those machines can be very costly. I used to live in a small town, rural American town, that had those some of the weirdest, ugly looking, real huge machine. And a lot of our folks cannot afford it. Part of the government initiative, will there be existing farmer with some of those things? And while you are at it, I want you to tell me, the president alluded that there was 2,000 hectares of newly cultivated land in Bon, Lofa, Nima County. What role are they playing in this process? What is the rationale behind that?
Okay, so let me address the first question. Right now, on our plan, we are going to be establishing mechanization hubs across the country. We've identified already 10 of those hubs across the country, especially in the predominant agriculture counties. We want to have it in the 15 counties. So we requested some of our partners, and they were generous to us. Maybe I will let it out here. In June, I'll be paying a visit to our friends and brothers across Asia who has expressed their willingness. I've had a conversation with them. They are prepared to give us some farm machine. In fact, they asked me, they wanted to go and assess some of the infrastructure that we have to host this machinery. So we want to be able to make sure that every production hub has the set of equipment that are needed to facilitate mechanization. We do not want you as a farmer to go and buy your own machine, then the burden of servicing is on you. But we want to be able to create the machinery hubs around you where you can go and hire the service of an operator to go and plow your field. And when you plow your field, you pay them certain fee. So all of the major cooperatives across the country will have access to mechanization equipment that will enable them to get into mechanized farming. And like I said, some of our partner, I don't want to call it name, but once the appropriate time reaches, will come out back here and tell you the good news. But they have been generous. In fact, we asked them for 15 to support 15 mechanization hubs. They have assured us that they will give us the first set of equipment for 10 of those hubs. And I'm very excited about it. So we want to see how it happens. We're not going to call name, but it will come. It will happen when it happens.
Thank you, Dr. Nutat. Dr. Nutat, you're so relaxed, and I'm getting I'm getting annoyed. You know, I just don't like to see the guests being so relaxed. But we'll get it though. I'm trying to set up some bump share. You know, working along with Mame. He's sending me more information.
Where's Mame? Where's Mame? Oh, Mame.
Stanton, you can't put me against Dr. Nutra. Dr. Nutra knows, you know, where we come from, where we're going together. You know, we agriculture. So
Mame started with me on this journey. Mame was part of my cluster working group, so he's not against me.
Exactly. I just concerned about the progress we're making. But anyway, to the issue, you know, recently they asked President Obama, former President Obama, he said, what was one of your greatest regrets when you took over the presidency? He said, one of my greatest regrets was I did not spend much time informing America about the gravity of the recession, the Great Depression I took over. And I just moved into aggressive implementation. He said, today when I sit and reflect on why I did not bring America up to speed with the challenges I inherited, I regret and attribute that to part of the reason why I did not appreciate so much what I did. So I want to take you back to the ministry. Probably maybe you have spoken about it. We work with the cluster. You inherited over 890,000 in debt to international organizations. You inherited over 70 plus to other companies, institutions around. A bloated payroll, but mostly about the debt issue, the financial position of the entity that you inherited. Where are you? I want you to just, if you've already done it, we can skip it to save time, but I just want you to paint a picture so that you don't repeat the mistake that Obama did. What's the state of affair that you took over from the ministry in the agriculture sector? Donor funding, debt, and operations.
So thank you, Angela. You know, I don't want to delve into the financial affairs of the ministry right now because that audit is ongoing. I spoke about what we did with the HR and the asset. You know, as you know, during the interim time, the information that we gather were given to us. We want to be able to make sure that the information that we're going to be reporting on the radio stations are information that are backed by professional auditors, so that when we speak about it, we can defend it. I know everything you say in there, they are true. We got the information, but I don't want to talk about them right now. I want to wait until the internal audit send me the audit report. When I get the audit report, now I can verify some of the information before I release it to the public.
Fair game.
No. I beg you, Mami, please let me take you back because that note right there. We're not asking you for 100% of this information. But prior to you taking over, we had trouble with the administrator on Jenny Cooper. Money that came in from the donors and all the rest of them that, you know, she was being squeezed. Dr. Cooper, Jenny Cooper, I'm sorry to say Dr. Cooper, you can find her on the LHCC document, recommendation for persecution. That was done by Councillor Clark Martin. The reason he gave mismanagement and all this other stuff. Don't give us 100%, even 10% we take. How did you meet the ministry? What was in it? What was shocking to you?
Okay, so, you know, I wouldn't want to speed on everything on Johnny Cooper because you see, as Ambla himself knows, we realized that one of the challenges that Jenny Cooper herself faced was the lack of unity among the team. Everybody in the ministry did what he or she wanted to do without maybe necessarily the approval of the minister. That's one of the things that I observed. We observed that during the interim time when we were on the cluster working group, we observed that. So some of the things that happen, you see, for me, I like to be, when I say something I want to say, I mean what I say. I don't like to come by and apologize because I know apologies are, for me, they are very precious. I don't just apologize. So I like to be able to get a fight. If I come back and say, well, 5,000 was mismanaged, I want to be sure that I got that information from a credible source. Yeah, like from the interim report that we saw, we realized that people were making expenditure outside of the set rules. For example, the president himself issued an executive order that placed a freeze on the disbursement of any fund beyond 10,000 unless he approves it.
You're talking about the former president now?
The former president, yeah, George Weah. That was what he did. Okay. But at the Ministry of Agriculture, that executive order was released in December. But in January, there were say payments beyond 20,000, 25,000. So that was a flagrant violation of the executive order or the instruction given by the president. And that was not in the confine of, financial management procedure. It was outside of it. So we got a couple of those ones. There are a number of other issues. He talked about obligation to, external vendors. There are issues with arrears that the ministry owes, especially to international organizations that we have, subscribed to. Some of our membership due, we've not paid them. So preparation are on our way through the Ministry of Finance to be able to handle some of our obligations to those institutions. I think the president highlighted some of those things in the deliverable. So those are being worked on.
Thank you, Dr. Nuta. Mame, please.
My second question or second concern, every time we talk about mechanization in agriculture, I can be concerned about the kind of mechanization. The China, most of the sources we saw in Asia and other places, they were driven by small-scale mechanization and not necessarily large-scale mechanization. And there's a reason for that. It's about ability to manage resources, to be able to maintain understanding of the management of those, large-scale mechanizing equipment. So I want you to provide more clarity when you talk about mechanization. Are we doing the combination of both? Where is the emphasis lying, taking into consideration the capacity level in the country? But my question, and that was just when you can freeze on that while you responding to my question. This rest issue and all the production sites you establishing around, what we're seeing coming from Liberia is there is a mass exodus of labor from agriculture to low-scale artisanal mining. Young people are moving into motorbikes. They're moving into digging gold and diamonds. So technically, there's a huge exodus of labor from agriculture towards other sectors. So when you're talking and preparing a country for rice production, are you taking into consideration that mass exodus of labor? What plan do you have to replace that labor and get young people energetic into agriculture to boost production?
Thank you very much. The president is concerned about just what you are talking about. The only way you will have the young people back into agriculture is when you make agriculture sexy so that they will see agriculture as a profession, as an income generating source, especially for our women. Yeah, I must admit to you, when I myself talk about mechanization, there's a fear in me because of the economy that we have, the type of skill set that we need to be able to operate and maintain the equipment that we're talking about. Right? We would need to do a lot of work in them. The president is concerned about that. So what we have done, one of the reasons why we had to go to the University of Liberia as one of our first projects to launch there was to be able to prepare our students to understand that agriculture can be a career that you use to earn a decent living. So we went first there, the College of Agriculture, we launched a farm at Fendel. We gave them tractors. We gave them 2 tractors. We gave them 4 power tillers and other equipment that are needed to facilitate mechanization. So that the students who will be graduating from those institutions, or from that university, and doing agriculture will know how to operate a tractor. They will know how to maintain a tractor. They will know how to operate a power tiller. They know how to maintain it. Because I did agriculture. When I did my undergraduate degree in agriculture, we never had the privilege of operating a farm tractor because it was not there. Professor Eric Isma, who was our professor for agricultural engineering, he wanted to teach us everything, but we couldn't do it directly because we never had equipment. So when I became Minister of Agriculture, I do not want those who are leaving to feel the same way I felt when I left there. Empty, no technical skills. You don't see agriculture as a decent source of earning income. So everybody's stand now to start looking for a job out there, looking for employment instead of putting their skills to work. So we want to be able to allow them to make agriculture sexy by making them to understand that you can use machines to facilitate agricultural work. So we have gone beyond just the University of Liberia. I have invited 6 community colleges. In fact, I have a program now that my team is working on. We want to be able to establish mechanized farms at all of the community colleges in Liberia, beginning with the first 6 of them. The community college in Bomi, in Grand Bassa, in Bong, in Lofa, in Nimba, and Magibi. We are working with them right now. We're signing a memorandum of understanding. We will provide them the facility. We will give them the equipment that they need to work. We will work with them to ensure that each of these colleges has a mechanized farm where the students who will be graduating from there will have the skill to become master farmers. We want to train master farmers from these colleges, not people who will get a degree and go to look for a job. So we can only get them back, the young people, when they see agriculture as something that is workable. When the drudgery associated with agriculture is reduced, the young people will go back to agriculture. But you're not going to get them back to agriculture with cutlasses and hoe. That's why we have told our partners, when we get done with our national plan, nobody's going to come to me and say, I'm going to buy cutlasses and hoe and distribute it to them. Go and lay out the land for them. Let them work there. That's what we want. No hand tools, purchase and distribution. Not on my project anymore. That's why I told my team. We have to make mechanization work. Whatever is required to make it work, we all have to put our hands together and bring all the suggestions to make it work. I know some of you have better idea on how it has worked in other countries and how it can work in Liberia. We are open to all of the suggestions to get it work.
Thank you. Mame, was that your second question, Mame?
Yes, that was my second question.
Thank you. Dr. Noted, I can help you in another way, but agriculture, man. I even know how to plant pepper behind the house.
Farm me the money. Just farm me the money. That's all you can. How you can help.
Somebody send me a proposal. I'm going to forward it to you. You can review it tonight. Something from Maryland. They talk about indoor farming. Maybe you know more about that. But again, people are watching the show. They are discussing. And it's sharing great ideas here on my phone. I went in the back to speak to one of them. There's a whole big company, University of Maryland, and they really, really want to talk to you while you stay here in America.
Ava can speak to that, but when he talk about making agriculture sexy, I know exactly what he's talking about. But in the direction that we pay keen attention to about making agriculture sexy is what the people are talking about. How are you incorporating aquaponics, aquaculture on the land in the city farming into agriculture? It's a complex thing with lack of energy. I mean, we can push you there a whole lot because of the energy issues. But what are your thoughts about that?
So, right now we launched the para-urban agriculture program where we appear on, the Jamaica press briefing. And right now my team is working with those in the urban communities. And we may not have the resources, but we have the plan. Right now we are piloting in 4 of the cities: Monrovia and its environ, Hakata and its environ, Baga and its environ, and Ganta. Those 4 counties, those 4 cities in those 4 counties are the area we are trying to, pilot the para-urban agriculture. We want to be able to develop those lowland in the communities. We want to be able to get community dwellers have their backyard gardens and do something. So issues with hydroponic farming, issue with maybe many fisheries around the community, we can do those. But for me, I like to be very practical. There are just certain things that will not happen in Liberia right now. We all got to be clear about that. We have access land. Hydroponic farming is good for people who have land shortage. I'll focus my energy on how we can develop the land that we have. You know, this is not about testing something. We already know. There are a lot that can be done, but the first question was about our capacity, and Mr. Johnson raised that question. We have 600,000 hectares that are undeveloped. Why can't we focus on developing what we have already? Because if you want to say hydroponic farming, a lot of resources needed to be done. But what will be the output? How productive it is? So we just got to consider some of these things. So some of the proposals when they come to me, I had my head. So I know the reality.
You've been very fair and straightforward. We want to say thank you, Dr. Nutat. Before we bring in Ava, thank you for joining us today. Though today is your day off, but you thought of coming in, and we appreciate you. Every day for you is a day off. Well, you're welcome to join us whenever you think you are not working, Ava. Dr. Nutat, that's how we do on the show. We want to get into the raw business, then Ava will ask us 2 questions. Can you help us with the executive order? You spoke on it briefly. I want you to ready now speak on the rubber executive order between Jetty, Firestone, the farmers, and the tapper, the exporting, and that which is necessary for Liberia as a whole. We'll give you enough time to really help us understand, sir.
Okay, so thank you for raising this. Let me just lay the premise for this executive order on the exportation of unprocessed rubber. The ban on unprocessed rubber did not start under George Weah. In 2008, on November 10th, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf issued Executive Order number 16. That Executive Order number 16 placed a ban on the exportation of unprocessed rubber from Liberia. At that time, we had just 2 major actors in there who were not even adding value. Firestone was there, LAC was there, the major players, purchasing from the smallholder farmers and exporting the unprocessed rubber. Not many Liberian businesses were involved in direct exportation of rubber at that time. Firestone, LAC were doing. Because of the executive order, a second company started coming in, focusing specifically on processing. That's the Lee Group that came in around 2010, 12. They were established. On 18 April 2013, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf also issued Executive Order number 50. Executive Order number 50 replaced Executive Order number 16, but with the same vigor. They banned the exportation of unprocessed rubber. They reinforced that and said, if you want to export any rubber, that rubber has to be either in any of the grades of TSR. That is the technically specified, rubber. So Firestone Live started to export TSR. And a Liberian company also emerged at that time Cocopa, now Nimba Rubber, owned by Mr. Harrison Conway. They started producing TSR and exporting it. In 2014, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf again issued Executive Order 60, again placing a ban on the exportation of unprocessed rubber. At that time, we had the lead group in the country. We had Firestone, we had Lag, and we had Cocopa then that became Nimba Rubber. So these actors were in the sector producing technically specified rubber or TSR for export. So if you can see what happened, because of the ban, people decided now to start adding some value. The lead group came in, they were not so successful because of the competition they had in there, they were not successful. So 2014 executive order has been in place until there were some weaknesses along the way, and then people started exporting rubber again. And about the same time, between 2014 and 2022, there came now the jetty rubber, 2 years, maybe around 2020, that started to establish a plan to produce TSR for export. And the initial executive order that was released by President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf specified what processed rubber in the context of the executive order was. And that context was TSR should be a value-added product. So it was considered as a processed rubber. Now, jetty rubber comes on board. We now have 4 processors plus Mr. Conway Nimba Rubber in Nimba County. With the coming on board of jetty, it was realized that the capacity of these processors weren't being met by the local production of rubber. And I can tell you for free, Liberia's production of rubber has not progressed. And I said in one of my one of my presentations, I felt disappointed when I went to Cote d'Ivoire and saw what Cote d'Ivoire is doing with rubber today. In 1961, Cote d'Ivoire produced 82 metric tons of rubber. At that time, Liberia produced 41,000 metric tons in 1961. In 2023, Liberia produced 118,000 metric tons of unprocessed rubber. Cote d'Ivoire produced 1.6 million tons of unprocessed rubber. In Cote d'Ivoire, there are 35 processing plants that are adding value to the rubber and exporting it. Because of the increase in the volume of rubber, Cote d'Ivoire now, this year, gave lesson for the establishment of additional 10 processing plants that will raise their processing plant to 45 so that they can absorb the excess domestic rubber produced, because they have placed a ban on the exportation of unprocessed rubber. In Liberia, we have 4 processing plants or processors in the country. We have Firestone, we got Jetty Rubber, we got Lag, we got Lee Group, and we have Nimba Rubber that has a processing plant, even though right now it's not functional because of some challenges. The 4 plants that we have in the country are not even able to meet their full capacity. Firestone, when I met Firestone upon taking over, Firestone told me they depend on the smallholder producers to access 60% of the unprocessed rubber that they use in the processing of their TSR. And now Firestone is building a new plant that will be producing SS or TSS. That one is the technically specified smooth sheet, right? Is an advanced form of the TSR. So Firestone now beginning next year, they will start using 90% of all the latex that they produce from their own farm for the RSS production. But their TSR plant will not have raw material because if we do not, or if they cannot access smallholder raw material, that means they will not be able to feed the TSR plant. So the executive order that was released by George Weah administration was not the first in the Liberia, in the history of Liberia, at least in our recent history. Executive orders have been in place on the exportation of unprocessed rubber. And again, like I said, those processors today in the country, the four processors, if you combine their processing needs and our national output, they are not even meeting 50% of what they need for their plant capacity. I received a report for the last year, not last year, but the last month purchase from some of the processors. They sent to me. When I review it, the combined purchase was just 49.8% of the plant capacity for the month, the operational capacity of the plant. That means we have processors in the country who are not meeting the processing capacity of that plant because of, first of all, the low production of rubber in our country. I talked to some of the smallholder farmers. The problem that they have is because the prunes that they have used over the years are non-productive. Cote d'Ivoire, next to us, gave high-yielding variety of prune to their producers, and they provide them the requisite services to make their production to increase. Imagine they've grown from 82 metric tons in 1961 to 1.6 million tons in 2023. Over that same period, look at what Liberia has done to herself. So for me, as Minister of Agriculture, I think the rubber sector has a greater problem than we think it is. So in the National Agricultural Development Plan, we are also targeting to expand production of rubber so that those processing plants that we have in the country can first of all be able to meet their processing capacity, because it's about value addition across the world now. Some of the processors have told us that they are prepared now to start producing. Jetty Rubber told us. I mean, I'm being criticized for going to Jetty Rubber factory when he had this program that he invited the president to. He invited the president to the program. The president could not go. He's actually going to represent him. And as Minister of Agriculture, as sector lead, I had to go there. And I was impressed by what I saw. The facility is huge. And I saw it. And this guy has planned for producing tires. And in fact, he told us in 18 months or less, he'll be producing hand gloves. Hand gloves. You know how long we had rubber in our country? Since 1926. Up to this time, we are not seeing anything processed yet. And then Liberians wanted that way still. Some of them wanted that way. You know, I know somebody, one of your panelists was here and said, well, I'm in Jetty's pocket. I had never known Jetty. The first time I met Jetty, or I interacted with Jetty formally, was after this ban was placed. When the ban was placed, when I took over, the first person that visited my office was Mr. Harrison Conway. He came to me to discuss the executive order. He wanted exemption. Then Jetty Rubber came to me. They had come to me to talk about the executive order. He met me. Then another group called COSA. This group is the Consortium of Rubber Sector Actors of Liberia. They came to me. They met me at my office. They all have come to see me. Fastu has come to see me. LAC has come to see me. Stellar Rubber Corporation has come to see me.
Myself, I call you too.
Here. Yeah, you call me. But
For
somebody
my
sat
own
on the
group.
seat and tried to denigrate me, how I'm in Jetty's pocket. For God's sake, I've told people there are too many things that I can do, but there's one thing I can't do. I don't use public service to earn income. No, I've not done that in my life, and I don't intend to do that. And I told them I don't have to be Minister of Agriculture to survive. We've survived over the years.
My
But I can't
you survive.
So sorry.
I said my cousin fired you and you survived, so you're doing good.
That's a new term. So
Yeah.
let's get into the substance. Again, I wish we had Angie Mama here to better explain herself. She makes those comments, but apparently she off today. I tried calling her, I just couldn't get her. But let's get into what we hear, Dr. Nuttall. Let's talk about the bigger picture.
Yes.
You are saying Liberia is underproducing.
Yeah.
We cannot meet our own needs with all the Firestone, the Jetty, the Nima Rubber, the Lee, the La. Then Dr. Nuttall, the other group, right? Some of them are waiting to call on the show today to ask you a question. They are saying, yes, indeed, they are producing. What was your position from that executive order? You think that you want it to stay, or you want the president to revisit it and then reverse it? What's Dr. Alexander Nuttall's position? Hearing everything, seeing everything, and knowing everything.
So, executive orders are not issued by minister. Executive orders are issued by the president. It is the president's prerogative. When the executive order was issued, when all of these things came up, the president set up a committee to review and make report to him. The committee comprised of Minister of Agriculture as chair of that committee. The Minister of Commerce was part of that committee. The Minister of Justice, part of that committee. The National Investment Chair, part of that committee. And the Senior Economic Advisor to the President's Office is part of that committee. We went and brought together all of these state actors. We interviewed every one of them. All of them brought a report to us, and we reviewed it. And the committee made a report to the president based on the facts and the reality. Everything is not perfect in the rubber sector. Personally, I think we need to do more for getting the prices right so that the farmers who are producing out there will get a fair share of their prices. For that, we have engaged the big actors, Firestone, the LAG. In fact, Firestone directly, we've been very frank with them and told them that we need to do it differently. And the pricing will be where we start from. The smallholder farmers have to be able to get a fair share of the price. So right now, we set up a technical committee headed by the NRC that is trying to review the price structure that Firestone releases monthly, because they release the monthly price. So we want to be able to understand what goes into that. Because when I was in Cote d'Ivoire, I worked with the APROMAT, the group that does the pricing, and they gave me their own formula. So we want to see what Cote d'Ivoire, what Firestone does.
So what's the committee? I'm sorry to interrupt because we gotta go. What's the committee position here? Are you guys recommending? Because when it comes to agriculture, you're the chief advisor to the president. Are you recommending to the president that keep it or reverse?
As advisor to the president, the president is the Minister of Agriculture. He's an agriculturalist himself. So I always say, my agriculture development platform is built on value addition. So I believe in domestic value addition. I don't believe that we should be exporting our labor to other people, because when you send your raw material out there, you are virtually exporting your labor. But again, I'm not the ultimate decision maker. The committee had to interview independently and make a report. My one view cannot determine what happens with the executive order.
Correct, but what's your one view?
I'll work within the view that was expressed, the view expressed by the committee that was set up. And that view is we should consider the executive order as it is and do other things that will be needed to be done to improve the welfare of the actors in the sector. Everybody that has a stake. We have to improve their performance. But we're not saying they should remove it.
So that's the collective view of the committee.
That's the result from the committee.
My second question today, sir, folks are saying, listen, how much is the price for a ton of rubber on the world market? How much?
Well, you know, the ton of the price vary monthly. Monthly, the price vary. You know, it could be 1,005 today. Tomorrow, it would be 1,003. It varies. So I cannot give you exact price. But what Firestone has issued this year or this month of April, was $525 per metric ton to smallholder farmers. And for May, the news price that I received is $517 per metric ton.
Why? Knowing that it's 1,000 and change on the market, but Firestone each need about 50%. Why?
But you know, listen, you know, there is the dry content of the rubber, right? What the farmers are producing, you got to take a certain percentage of it to reflect the dry content of what they produce. So if you brought 1,000 or 1 metric ton of wet rubber, the dry content would be around 55 to 60. So if you told on the world market, they are saying 1,005 for a dry content, a metric ton of dry content is 1,005 on the market. So when you bring it down to your level, you got to be able to make that adjustment. The adjustment is similar to what happens in Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire tells me they offer 60% of the value on the world market to the farmers. And they do other deductions. So they are accounting for the dry matter content. So it's not because you got 1,005 on the world market, then you bring me a one metric ton today, I say it's 1,005. No, it must account for the dry matter content in that tonnage.
So let's move around the table. Let's bring in others to ask their question. But this rubber issue, guys, let's stick with the rubber issue. We got, like Auntie Mama said, 49,000 folks out there, farmer tapper. They are angry. We got Jetty. We got Firestone. We're going to talk about Brother Conway, Pat Conway, and the rest of them. But Liberians want to know from this data. So please, folks, your 2 questions on rubber. If not, we can get back to you, please. Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam, Alfadika. Yes, sir. Yeah, mommy.
Can I go ahead with my 2 concerns and then I can come back later? I got
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Richardson. Mommy asked us.
Uncle Sam, you want to go ahead?
Go ahead, mommy.
I want Dr. Richardson to go ahead.
I beg you, Dr. Richardson. It's swap with how you call him with mommy. Mommy, go ahead.
I don't mind switching with mommy at this moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Uncle Sam want for me for my
Lord. No, because Newton are your friend. You can call him in there for you to talk.
Well, Sam, you say you can talk to the man too.
No, Senate may become minister. You freeze me out, but I okay.
Uncle Sam, everybody blocking you. Senate comment, they're blocking you.
No, I can't block him. Never will I block that man.
So, Dr. Nuta, we support that decision. And I want to be simplistic so the Liberian people can support it. Part of the thing is when these major public policy decisions are taken, you need even your cabinet officials to stand behind you. And then you come down to the ordinary people to stand behind you. This approach of trying to put in place a mechanism that protects farmers and ensure they have their fair price through price control mechanism is not strange. We're doing it today with rice in Liberia. The government is setting price and say you cannot sell above this price. We're doing it with petroleum products. LPRC is saying you cannot sell above this price. They're setting those benchmarks to protect consumers. They are using international benchmarks to set those conditions to protect consumers. We can do the same for rubber, like you said. We can set benchmark and say no processor can buy rubber below this price. When you buy rubber, it must be either this price or above it, thereby protecting the interest of farmers. Who else see that as bad in the country is what I can understand. But here's a picture I want to paint. Here's a picture I want to paint. The benefits and the disadvantage. Stanton, please post it up for me in 2 minutes. Let me show it. Everything in the country, people have to politicize.
Which one? The chat?
The chat. Everything in the country, people must politicize it. When they don't have the evidence on their side, they don't have the data to support, then they run to sentiments. Oh, Indian man. Oh, foreigner. But here is the fact. We catalog different benefits across the value chain for rubber in Liberia, including taxes. Anywhere you see X, that's where we're losing. Anywhere you see correction mark, that's where we're gaining. And the two scenarios there, 1 or 8 is for, the first one is for no executive order. When there is no executive order, the government has 4% tax that each farmer who producing rubber and selling rubber should pay to government. When there is no executive order, the possibility of getting that 4% tax to government is almost unlikely. And we have evidence to show that people who are buying from farmers are not remitting that 4% to government, even if they took it from the farmers. Another tax that is beneficial to the state is personal income tax. Most of the brokers who are buying from farmers, they don't have hired employees. They are dealing with one-day hired workers. So on that basis, they do not have employees to pay personal income tax to government. Another tax that they pay is export tax. That one, when there is no executive order, these people are most likely paying their export tax. Social security payments. These exporters and middlemen who buying rubbers from these people do not pay social security tax for employees because those they are hiring are just daily laborers. Foreign exchange. Because they export, yes, they bring in foreign exchange, but they bring in less foreign exchange compared to those who are exporting value-added rubber. The price of 1 ton of rubber and the price of 1 ton of TSR far exceeds ordinary rubber. Therefore, the foreign exchange you're getting from TSR far exceeds the foreign exchange you get just from exporting lumps. RDF fee, the rubber development fee. Most of these farmers, brokers, and other people will have evidence to show when the show go forward are not remitting the rubber development fees they're collecting from the farmers. In most instances, they don't collect it from the farmers and put the farmer under the impression that they're buying a higher price because they're not collecting government taxes. So this is just a picture of the benefits and the losses we incur as a country. When we have the executive order in place, these manufacturers, processors, they pay their 4% tax that they collect and pay for themselves. They pay GOL 4%. They pay personal income tax because everybody working with them employed. They pay social security payment. They pay more foreign exchange. They create more jobs. The only issue here has been, how do we protect farmers and ensure that they receive their fair share? And the way to do it is to set the price mechanism so that no producer or no processor sell below that price that the government and the farmer in collaboration will set. I wanted to pin that picture, and we can come back to the evidence to show that there are instances where people are exporting without paying government tax in a tune of over 39,000 on every export, not paying government tax. Just buy from farmer, pull it in continue and export because it's not regulated. Thank you.
Wow, my man. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know we're going to hold you down to respond to that, Dr. Noted. Let's bring in Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam, because Uncle Sam have another theory. I know Mama will be back, but Dr. Richardson, your 2 questions, and Fadiga, let Dr. Richardson go.
Yeah, I want to just make a comment, and also maybe you can tell me your reaction to that comment, Dr. Nuta. I support Mame in terms of when he speaks about the brokers who take rubber and ship them to, Malaysia, for example. Do you have any record or any understanding of the money that it takes from the rubber farmers? I believe it comes up to like $25, $19 goes to the government, taxes, maybe 199 goes to the rubber farmers, and then of course there's something called the Rubber Development Fund. Do you have any ideas in terms of where, any record have you seen for yourself where these brokers are deducting this money and sending it to the appropriate places?
Well, I have not seen any record from the brokers. From what I know the Rubber Planter Association collects $2 on every ton that is purchased by the processors. Then the RDFI collects, there is percentage, but depending on the rate, the price, it can increase. For this month, they will be collecting around $2.95 on every ton of rubber that is purchased legally. You see, we need to be clear here. You see, there are a lot of issues that we need to focus on. I know people are kind of harped about this executive order. Like I said, our national plan is looking at the value chain approach. And if you look at an agriculture value chain, there are a couple of actors in the value chain. There are producers, there could be aggregators, there are processors, and the end of it, those who involved in the trade. I think those who are raising a lot of the issues are the brokers. And I think they got a genuine concern too. But they are not allowing us to address it. I'm a member of the board of the RDFI. Just last Tuesday, we had a meeting. The board meeting was held. And I have, as Minister of Agriculture, asked the major players to organize a meeting, a retreat where we go to discuss the issues that are associated with the rubber sector. I mandated Firestone, Jetty Rubber, LAG to organize that. And they had a meeting 2 days ago and briefed me. We are organizing a retreat. That retreat will be discussing issues in the rubber sector. After that, we're having a national conference on the rubber sector to address the issues that are occurring in the sector so that we can address it, considering the national interest and also the interest of all actors along the rubber value chain. I let us sit with the brokers to talk. How can we bring them? When I had my meeting with them, they told me that their contention is the major players are excluding them from the process. It is a legitimate concern. I want to be able to sit with them and say, okay, since you are aggregators and we are looking at a value chain approach, we want to see how Firestone, LAG, the Jetty Group can work with these brokers. The more established brokers, we identify the established brokers. So, okay, you are a broker. You can be responsible for purchasing this level and selling to the company. Then you can have a little margin between them. We can all agree on it. They bring in the concerns of the farmers, but the farmers themselves are the ones who are supporting the moratorium on the process rubber. At least most of those who have spoken to me as farmers, they want it in place. The Rubber Planter Association of Liberia, they wrote me a letter. They had a meeting. The resolution was they should have the ban in place. The RDFI, which is the Rubber Development Fund that represents actors, they have written a letter and said they want the rubber development, they want to remain in place because of XYZ benefits. So the issue is the brokers who are along there. I would like to, as sector lead, even though I do not have control or absolute control over the moratorium, as sector lead, I want to be able to sit with the brokers to have a conversation. I initiated that with them, but then along the way, they walked away because they were dictating what they want to see happen. They were not requesting a negotiation. They were dictating what they want to see happen. We want to have everybody in the value chain working and working effectively. We do not want to exclude anybody, but we have to make sure that the economy works well. And the economy will only be better if we emphasize value addition, because that's what everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
Again, the president, as the head of the country, can decide, say, well, we do not want a moratorium, we can cancel the executive order. It's not the minister that requires like a cancel it. No.
Yeah, and so Dr. Nusa, thank you for your efforts that you are making to meet with all of the parties involved and trying to find a resolution to some of their concerns. Just by listening to you, when you go and purchase rubber, you're supposed to take $2.81 from the farmers. Then you take another $2 roughly from them again, and then of course the brokers, the person who purchases the rubber, is supposed to, pay 4% taxes, which comes out to about $19 or so if you do the math of the tons. What I heard you say, you have not seen any record of this, and I believe the Senate, the legislature, also asked, these brokers for the record of how are you paying your taxes to LRA? How are you contributing to Liberia? There was no record of that either. So it sounds to me that that those brokers are just taking the money for their own and not contributing, not putting it back into the development of Liberia or into the tax paying system of Liberia, which to me, I have a problem with that. That's number one. Number two, when you talk about value added, system, when I look at all of the processing plants in Liberia, whether it's Firestone, Jetty, or Cocopa, or how we want to call it now, it's a new name for it now, Nima rubber. Okay, all of them are creating jobs for the Liberian people, as opposed to us exporting our job to Malaysia, where they will be able to process our rubber, which is historically that's what has been done. So I saw it. I visited some of those processing plants. People are working there. The transportation sector is booming because they have to deliver the rubber. The farmers are happy because they have somewhere to take their rubber to. So I just wanted to, tell you that I appreciate your effort. And I hope that those brokers who would like to export our rubber outside of the country should continue to meet with you so you guys can come out to a resolution that will be beneficial for the country.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Let's go to Uncle Sam, then Fadika. We'll bring in Acid after.
Yeah. Dr. Nuta, thank you so much. I just urge the audience and others, who haven't really looked at the history of rubber in Liberia from 1926. And the whole thing about the Stevenson plan, that's what took rubber production to Liberia, because the United States wanted to offset British control, monopoly of the rubber industry. So but anyway, look, the pricing of commodities, right? In my past life, and I'm just going to give you like 30 seconds, I was in trade finance for agricultural output, right? So commodity prices are very, 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 very exact science. You talk about the moisture content of the rubber. And I remember, and Dr. Nuta, you can correct me, about SMR, or standard Malaysian rubber, standard Indonesian rubber, and those kinds of things that are on international commodity exchanges. I think the most important thing here, like to talk about, is to get a pricing methodology that is fair for Liberian farmers. I think that's what the problem is. That's the only problem, because the thing is about, if we can get fair prices to the Liberian farmer, get a good farm price for Liberian, then the whole thing about the exporting of rubber, from an economic point of view, value addition cannot be wrong. It just cannot be wrong. I just don't know what the counter argument is for exporting raw rubber, because it doesn't make any kind of economic sense. But I know, Dr. Nuta, you may not want to say categorically that you are for the retention of the ban, but just basically walk us through what Mama was doing. What are some of the, so Mama Mary and Mawata can understand, what are some of the benefits that we can just get as a country by supporting value addition in the rubber industry? That's my first question.
You know, for the smallholder farmers, I think value addition means a lot to them. Because you know what? If you start to add domestically start to add value to your product, you create a domestic demand. Rubber, you know, on the world market, there is always this fluctuation, right? But if we are adding value locally, there will be always excess demand for your commodity. And with that demand, there will be appreciation in the price you receive. That's what will happen for the smallholder farmers. And because of the pressure that will be created by the processors on the smallholder farmers, there will be innovation. People will improve production and income will rise. Besides that, let's look at the value addition processes. When you start to add value, you are going to create more jobs for people who are in the economy. If you say, well, somebody establishes a plant that is maybe producing 10,000 metric tons of rubber a day, that plant is able to create jobs for a minimum of 100 persons. And when that job is created, it is the community people who benefit. It is not foreigner that will come to benefit from that. It is your children, your brothers, your sisters who are in the community that will be hired to do the job. You know, if value addition takes place, people exporting processed commodity and more foreign exchange is earned, it comes back to your country. And when there are, especially in the dual currency regime that we have in Liberia, the more foreign currency that we have in the economy, the lower will be our exchange rate. Then, of course, there are people who buy in local currency, their purchasing power will rise because if you carry a Liberian dollar to the market, when the exchange rate drop, then of course you'll buy more with what you have. You can only do that when you have greater capacity to earn more foreign exchange. That helps us. It helps us a lot. You know, and all the possibilities are there. The farmers themselves know that. But I think the problem here is there are people who got interest that they want to make sure it happens a certain way they want it. But I agree with you, it doesn't make economic sense to be exporting your unprocessed rubber. Because when you export the unprocessed rubber, you are sending it to Malaysia or Indonesia, they are creating factory there to hire the people to work in that factory. Then you are exporting a job that you should be creating for your people. I think we should be happy today that we have processors computing in Liberia for unprocessed rubber. We should be happy. We should be thinking now, how can we scale up production to be able to meet these processing capacities need and create more jobs for the people. If Firestone was telling me that they will be using 90% of their latex for the RSS plan, that means their entire TSR now, or 90% of what we get for TSR will be from smallholder farmers. That's a demand now that will be created for smallholder rubber. What can we do now as a government and sector leads? We need to now sit together with them, all the actors, and decide what would be a fair pricing mechanism that we can put in place for the smallholder farmers to benefit. And that's what I'm trying to do with the plan to have a national rubber conference. The planning has started right now with the RDFI working on it, along with major actors. We'll bring them together.
Thank you. But before Uncle Sam come in, though, how long has Firestone been in our country? How long?
1926.
The reason why I'm asking, though, under this new government, you seriously asking Liberian to accept Firestone and other folks because you want to or wish you just balance the person out. Let me hold what I have to say and give others a chance. But this is very concerned. My phone number is going off that at no time. So allow us after this round of questions to please take some questions from the folks that are listening. They really want to participate tonight, please.
So, Dr. Nuta, you mentioned something that is a historical shame for us, 1961, where we were one of the top rubber producers, and today La Cote d'Ivoire has overtaken us. We are thinking about like number 15 on the list now.
Today we are 18.
Number 18. Number 18. Okay. Okay. So just tell me, what is the strategy to increase rubber production in Liberia? Is it by supporting smallholder farms or encouraging some sort of a plantation? What do you think would be the best strategy, or will it be like a mixture? What is the best strategy?
You know, honestly, in my national plan, I'm not going for concession. I want to be able to support smallholder farmers to scale up their production. The concession model does not help us. We need to create income for our people. I believe in additional wealth creation. That's my focus.
Okay.
We want to be able to support smallholder rural farmers. That's why under this plan, I'm targeting developing the first 20,000 hectares, and I will do it with smallholder farmers, not concession.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. The best approach.
Thank you. Fadiga.
Well, I like what you said about not supporting the concession model. But Mommy just did a diagram, and I was going through some of his statement and the presentation he made. My good friend Mommy sounded like he working for Jetty already. But I'm afraid that we could pull the country towards an oligopoly if we're not mindful. I may be wrong. I'm a little naive to this sector. But for a country like Liberia, that big money, control everything. For a guy like Jetty, with all the dollars that the smaller rubber planters cannot compete with, I'm a little concerned that these guys could control the market and influence pricing, and we'll almost be close to what we have as a concession that people will not be able to government will not be able to force them to make the prices. I went over Executive Order 124. Some of the things that was stipulated in there, they are far different from some of the argument now. I know the argument may have shifted over the years, but I'll go over some of the things. They say it was because of some of the challenges the industry have been faced with, including misuse, abandonment, especially theft through illicit tapping, decline in production, revenue, and employment. Because of those issues, the former president, put a moratorium on the exportation of rubber. My question to you, how does the government plan to mitigate the financial loss from those smaller planters that have been making money by exporting? How are you guys going to mitigate that situation? That would be my first question. And then can you please address the first one about granting those bigger companies a form of oligopoly over the industry?
For me, I like to get at the bigger guys. Liberians have to be able to face the reality and take the appropriate measures that are needed to improve our economy. And I believe in that firmly. We need to be able to do it. We already know that that's how the foundation of our economy was laid. For the so-called oligarch, you're referring to the company. And for me, I don't want to use the word oligarchs because that's the economic model that we've used over a long period of time, right? Mm-hmm. So for me, I believe in building the economy from the grassroots. That's why we will be expanding on the smallholder model, empowering more smallholder farmers by giving them the necessary room that they need to increase their production. It has worked in other countries. It can work in Liberia. But you know what? Liberians are not patient with change. Once you come, you want to do something differently. Once it's not what they are used to, they will criticize you. And I think we need to go beyond that. The focus will be on smallholder. Under the National Agricultural Development Plan, we intend to empower local smallholders to establish new plantations to be able to grow high-value rubber. In fact, I was talking to the colleagues on the board of the RDFI that collects money for these farmers. Mm-hmm. We've got to be able to provide the service that they desire. The money that they contribute to must be able to help them. Yeah. I want to see large nursery, borehole gardens across the country for smallholder farmers, comprising of improved croons, high-yielding croons, financed through the RDFI. The city given the farmers to establish a plantation. That's what I want to see. Smallholder farmers. You can do it. You can go as an individual. You want to have a 1,000 hectare. You want to develop it. You develop it. If we have 100 persons across the country with 1,000 hectares each, that's 100,000 hectares. We know how much that adds to our production volume. But we have to take the initiative, and we must be willing to accept the changes. It's for the benefit of every one of us. For me, I don't believe in the idea that you are this a foreign company. This no. Liberians will take charge of the economy when they take it seriously. And we cannot do that by undermining our own development agenda. You know, we got to be able to know the world is changing. We cannot be the one that will be feeding other industries because of the short-term benefit that we get. Let's look at the long-term benefit. What happens if we feed our industry? Then and let us see the smallholder saying, well, we get together, we need the support to do this, want to support our plan. We help you support you.
Yeah.
They're not looking at that. People are saying, oh, they want to be exporting. And it's not sustainable to do that. It's not sustainable. Let's have a plan. Let me see okay, we'll discuss that later.
Yeah, thank you very much. Particularly your second question.
The second question will be quick. I really want. I know value addition will be a game changer, but I'm also concerned about those same guys that some of them got monopoly over steel. Now it's rubber. I'm worried that these guys want to take over this sector and poor Bill or poor Thomas in the village there that used to grab his rubber and sell it whatever price he wanted to do it. I'm not concerned too much about taxes because if government are collecting taxes, that they know what to do. They know what mechanism to put in place. So if someone refuses to pay that, we'll go to LRA and tell it that they probably need to step on the key. But I'm very concerned because the reason why I'm saying this, since Jemima was here, and I've talked to a couple of those rubber planter associations, and the words in the street is that they are forcing those guys to sell the rubber at a discount to folks that Jetty and other companies that will be coming with that already have processing plants. So you either sell it, you can ship it outside anyway, so you sell it to us at whatever price that we want, or else you're not in business. And it is possible in Liberia because the country is so corrupt. Some lawmaker will put a foot down and will go in a cycle. So how do you intend to protect those farmers, Mr. Minister? How?
So, I agree with you, but let me say this one. Let's know that the rubber sector has never been in the hands of Liberians. We should not live on an illusion. It's not even in their hands. We've got to find a way to do it, to make it happen. Firestone has been the major player in the rubber sector since 1926, along with the LAG, the BF Gurich, and other companies that came in. They've been in charge. The major actor that emerged on the Liberian side has been Nima Rubber. Okay? We would like to see them surviving and succeeding in what they do, because they are the Liberian conception that we have here. I should be striving and doing better. So let's not deceive ourselves that, well, the rubber is with foreigners. Foreigners have always control it. Let's think now, how can we make it better? We should all be looking at the suggestion on how to make it better, so that Liberians
how can you give it back to Liberians?
So that what we're trying now to see, well, we start with baby steps, right?
All right.
We want to say, well, we are bringing on board 20,000 hectares, right? When the smallholders start to increase their production volume, then maybe smallholder can say, well, we'll get together a group of Liberians. Okay, so we are 10,000 persons, we got 10,000 hectares on our production. Let's get a loan from the bank and come and establish our own processing plan. We put our broad material and process it. Nobody will stop you from doing that. Nobody, you can force the other people to go out using your own strategy. You got to be able to work harder. to achieve what you want to achieve.
Say no more. I think you've been a straight shooter. That's a new type. Let us move on. I mean, folks are saying that you are not playing games. When you're playing games with 7,300 or more people watching, they know. I think you've been a straight shooter. One especially, you say, well, Liberia have never controlled this. Let's work our way to the top. And I mean, a lot of folks welcome me at that statement. Fatima, you want to speak after Abba, please. Abba, you go ahead, then we'll bring in Fatima.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to touch on a point you made earlier when we're talking about introducing hydroponics and other, kinds of technology into the agricultural space in Liberia. I think it's very important. We had developed a method, climate smart agriculture for sustainability and empowerment, utilizing, the hydroponics and irrigation methods, utilizing solar energy and growing food with that combination in as organic a fashion as possible. So I think the advantages of hydroponics is just that the resource efficiency in terms of the water use and the fact that you can build it in a closed loop system and really like recycle what's going on. In addition to that, you can also have processing in those, centers of excellence. If you build them and decentralize it across the country, you can have value addition there. You're also able to, do waste management as well, organic waste, which you haven't done a very good job of in Liberia. Then there's the issue of space. I think you can mix the two. You can have a hybrid system where you're farming with the traditional method that you, have a preference for, as well as you utilizing the hydroponics and the, technology in farming. There's just so many things we can do with regards to the use of solar energy, providing power for irrigation, being able to do drip irrigation or different kinds of irrigation. So we can't just exclude, in my opinion now, we can't just exclude that other aspect of hydroponic systems because we're controlling the growth of food. And we can, the indicators there, I can tell you early what's going on with your plant, the pH level, the temperature you're holding the plants at, and then the environmental impact of traditional farming in terms of soil erosion. Sometimes they don't rotate the crops, the pollution from water runoff and those kind of things. So I really believe that, the discussion around hydroponics and stuff should still be something not necessarily front and center to you, but it should be a part of the discussion as we move forward because it's very, very important to me. And it introduces technology into the whole farming sector, and I think elevates how we'll be able to produce food. So that can be a separate discussion we can have. But I'm glad today that we got people processing rubber, multiple persons processing rubber, and people even, like you said, Jetty trying to produce gloves, because not too long ago, me and some friends, we had the opportunity to produce gloves when we bring a factory. Unfortunately, Firestone would not produce the rubber at the consistency that we wanted to make the gloves. It's good that Jetty is doing it so he can do it at any level of consistency and mixture to be able to produce the kind of gloves he wants. But the thing is, the argument of a foreign currency, Firestone foreign exchange not coming back to Liberia. We know Jetty and them, they export their foreign exchange when they get it. So the advantages that people are, claiming with these, exporters controlling the market is not fair. Any day I would prefer value addition in an ideal situation, but we can't let players in the market, whether it's the farmers or the brokers. Right now, you just reviewed that the primary problem is the brokers. So before I was thinking it was the farmers. So if the farmers are happy, let's find a way that we can reconcile with the brokers, either repurposing them or being able to, pay them for what they're worth, especially if there's that like nearly 100% margin on the selling price out there versus the farm gate or the broker's price. So whatever you can do to facilitate that negotiation or that discussion so we can have a happy medium in the rubber sector and at least try to push more Liberians to be a part of that sector, that would be great. I love your idea about Liberian smallholders.
For the last time we had a smallholder operation, it was the officials in government who became the smallholders. Okay, they compromised the farmers, and all of them had big farms under Madam Salif government. Is established. It was there. So hopefully under this regime, it will be different. So my question now to you is, what is the real vision of inclusion for these people to elevate? Because right now there's no formal definition for farming from an income perspective. What is your standard, you think, for a farmer? What's reasonable for a farmer, somebody you call a smallholder farmer, to earn on an annual level for them to be sustainable?
Okay, so let me address the first statement. I like the way you defended the hydroponic farming. And like I said earlier, we want all of the best brains to come together to make agriculture better. So I still support that idea. You are welcome. You and your team can come over, give a plan, let's discuss it and see how it works. For me, I want anything that works for Liberia well. I'm all for it. So we're not expert in everything. So
we're the same thing.
Let's do it. Yeah, but thank you. But let me tell you, in Liberia, I think we had not done well to defining what a smallholder is, but we are defining it right now. In the National Development Plan, our definition for a smallholder farmer would be somebody that has 2 hectares. A 2-hectare holder is a smallholder. That would be around 5 acres. So we did not discuss my plan, but for cassava, what I'm trying to do with cassava, maize, and rice is to establish smaller group of production units in the form of cooperatives, right? For cassava producers, we want to bring together 20 smallholder farmers and put them on a 40-hectare or 100 acres, develop that land for them. Each of the 20 farmers will own 5 acres or 2 hectares on that plot of land. So if we know you are growing cassava on 2 hectares, we are able to appropriately estimate what your income would be like, depending on the yield of the cassava that you have. So we can estimate. So our smallholder definition would be any individual or household that owns 5 acres or 2 hectares, producing a specific commodity or value chain. That's our definition.
Thank you.
So my second question quickly, some of us has been talking about diaspora involvement in, basically all areas. And I think agriculture is an ideal space that diasporans can invest in. So is there any opportunity there from your vision in terms of, diaspora participation in the agriculture sector?
Of course, we want the diasporan to come in and work with us, right? So I was at the diaspora conference in Washington, D.C. I was trying to sell my agriculture enterprise development bank. And one of the diasporans said, "Oh, this is not workable." And I just said, "No, they don't come, because I want somebody that will tell me, okay, we can do it this way, but don't tell me it's not possible, because that's not part of my language. Let's say, okay, I'm from the diaspora, I can contribute in this way, X, Y, Z. Then you were able to convince me about hydroponic farming, right? If you come as a diaspora group, you got a project on hydroponic farming, say, how can we be of help? We will provide the support that we can do in our capacity. We'll create the environment for you. We want all of our actors in the diaspora to see agriculture as a point of investment. Be your investment destiny, because there are great potential there. We got vast area of land in the country. We got vast potential for value addition in all that we will be doing. In fact, I'm looking for investors, and I hope the diaspora can take advantage of that. We want somebody that will come to Liberia and establish a processing plant to do feed for our livestock. We want poultry feed. We got we got other people doing it there. So on our plan, we want to be able to scale our maize production to grow maize on 20,000 hectares, so that we have more maize in the country to support our female, plan. We want to be able to also have people from the diaspora come and say, okay, I will establish a plan where I will produce cassava, starch, and export it, because we know you got a connection with the international market. Come and establish a factory, transform our cassava into starch and export it. You can contribute that way. You can also come and establish your mill around a rice production cluster.
We'll bring you back. We'll bring you back. You making this thing so interesting, and I know you will come back. You know, we are still talking. You and Madam Titi. It's a good PR for the agricultural sector of our country, and I'm so surprised. I thought a lot of people are going to be sleeping today, but because when you talk about agriculture, it's like somebody just go to bed. But a lot of people enjoying you. We want to be fast. Our sister Fatima will be last with her 2 questions. Then we go to the full line. People really want to contribute. Again, thank you for joining Spawn Data. Thank you a lot. Fatima?
Hi to all of the panelists and our special guest, Dr. Nuta, who I really admire, and to all of the viewers across the globe. I've been just sitting here mesmerized by your explanations. And, you know, I'm just grateful that the Liberianization, idea you've mentioned, inclusion for our Liberian people, which is one of my inspirations. And so I wanted to thank you a lot. As you can see, the president ran with this arrest plan. And in the arrest plan, as the guru, the agriculture guru, you're the number 1 on the arrest plan. Agriculture was, you know, the main focus of us coming to ensure that we are able to feed ourselves and our people. And so I'm going to make some points, and then I just have maybe one little question. I think maybe one. The thing is, I was actually thinking about, you know, what have you know, seeing that Firestone has been in charge of all of this rubber since God knows what, and what what was signed. I mean, hundreds of years ago, whatever it is. The fact that you spoke of protecting the small farmers, okay, ensuring that our Liberian people, because I think we need to change the mindset of our people. Our people, I don't know if it's the poverty idea or what it is. They think about what they will eat today. They don't think about longevity, you know, the long-term goals and values. Because I see that sometimes you go on rubber farms and you see the rubber is being produced, and the next time they're using the rubber trees to mine coal. That also, you know, as an environmentalist, you know, global warming is involved in that. So our country is getting hotter and hotter, and, you know, our trees are being cut. So my first point is, what are we going to do with all of our entities, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Commerce, to ensure that they are the ones setting the goals and the rules and the prices for rubber, and not Firestone, ensuring that our farmers and our small business people are benefiting first? That's my first question. And the second one, Dr. Nuta, will be, what is the long-term goal, you know, for our farmers? You know, because I like the fact that you said that what we need to do is to make sure that Liberians are in charge of their own economy. And that's a boost. If you feel that you own something, you protect it with your life. But if you feel that you have a middleman, a third man, a fourth man, and I always bring it back to this point, you would never go to Lebanon, because I've been there, and see that Liberians are importing and exporting rice for Lebanese people. It never happens. Lebanese are in charge of their own economy. So I like the fact that you've said that our people, that is the trend we are moving towards, making sure that our people will be in charge of their own economy. So what are you doing to empower small businesses? Are there loans in, are there avenues where they can get small loans to ensure that these farms are protected and they're growing and our people are in charge of their own economy? So that is it, Dr. Luther. And thank you for my questions, and I hope you answer it to my satisfaction. Thank you.
I will do my best to answer your question. So let me start with the first one, right? The end goal for the smallholder farmer. You know, to be frank, I led the platform that brought on board the arrest. The arrest is something that I work with, right? When I was looking at agriculture, especially the rubber sector, my first hinge was, okay, I got to make sure Liberian smallholder farmers can add value to their product. That was my first approach. But then when I became Minister of Agriculture, I realized the problem was deeper than what I had thought. The ultimate goal is for me to see, in fact, I have put in there, I want to see smallholder farmers, Liberian farmers, operating 150,000 metric tons rubber plant. But I realized I didn't know what I was saying because the sector is so vague that even those who are there cannot find what they need to have. So the first approach would be to first empower smallholder farmers to expand their production. Then in the long run, smallholder farmers will be able to establish processing plan, even at a smaller scale, right? You can get together as a group and say, well, we can have the at least 5 metric ton capacity set. We build it up and start to process and sell. It can only happen when you have a group of them already together into production units. So the ultimate goal for smallholder farmer is to organize them and start processing and exporting that process. But it will take time. It will take time. It's part of the plan. Well, a second question, I know agro-business development is a key concern for us too. This is the reason why we are working on establishing an agriculture enterprise development bank. That bank will be there to create the access to finance that smallholder, small and medium enterprises need to participate in development of agricultural value chains in our country. So we are considering all of that. We'll have a bank created. Thank God the government has accepted that because they made some allotment in the budget for that. We are going to be working with our private partners to see how we can get the bank operating. I hope I try with your question.
Thank you. Thank you.
You didn't answer about global warming, though. Global warming.
Okay, yeah. Global warming. And let me tell you, I was at a World Bank meeting in Liberia when they launched a climate change report for Liberia. And the title, what I got from there is Liberia is getting hotter. Liberia is actually getting hotter. We should be concerned because I myself, I told them my story, right? I have my farm in Margibi County. I do this irrigated rice and fish farming. So I have my little fish pond. I produce fish in that place for 2021 and 22. But this last year, all my fish got dry or in there because the global warming now. So we are all feeling it right now. So this is the reason why on our national plan, we want to move from shifting cultivation to sedentary agriculture. That's why we are talking about mechanization. We want to be able to move the smallholder farmers from being scattered around, bring them to production units, using the secondary forest, put them there, use machinery power, develop the land for them, and do what they can do. So make them stay there and evolve, putting new forests year after year. That's why I say we're talking about climate smart agriculture. We want to be able to adopt climate smart agriculture practices that will get our producers sedentary, and that's shifting year on year.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nutat. Now, folks, if you want to call, we got just maybe another 20 minutes, okay? We have Dr. Nutat. We're going to take a few calls. One of those many folks that want to call, you talk about the farmers, the tapper. While we wait for the phone call, can you come on the show, Yekezi or Nelson, whoever in the back? Let's take some calls, and we hope you can have the chance. We'll put the number up. Dr. Nutat, let me ask you.
Yeah.
The issue about I heard from someone, right, that I can just take my rubber, put it in the container, take it to the port. Once it leaves the port, my money is in my account.
Yep.
I need no middleman. I need no Firestone. I need no jetty. What's the problem with that?
So if you took your rubber in the container, take it to the port, it's exported, you get your money in your pocket. Fair enough. But remember, every container you are exporting, that's about 20 metric tons. That could be exporting at least 2 or 3 jobs out of your country.
Correct.
It is not because the money is coming into your pocket. The same money you think you are getting, you could get it from the same Firestone or jetty who is over there. or lag who are buying. That's why I feel as an individual. It's not.
I beg you that Richard is saying. Finish up that Luther.
No, I said that's how I feel, you know.
Okay, so here's the problem that they are saying no. If Jetty or Firestone a lot, as in for 50 to 60% reduction, and I have someone in Malaysia that willing to give me that money, why should I go through Jetty Firestone a lot?
So that's why they have to trust us that we will make sure that the prices that they desire or they deserve, they will get it. We will have a pricing mechanism where everybody gets a fair share of what the price of rubber is. Like I told you, I went to Cote d'Ivoire. I was on a trip to Cote d'Ivoire with the president. I was able to meet with a group called the APROMA. APROMA is the umbrella, is the equivalent of what we have in Liberia called the Rubber Development Fund. They are the one that set the price. When I met them, they told me the farmers receive 60% of the price, the processors receive 40% of the global price. And in Liberia, it is the same formula that Firestone uses, according to what Firestone told me. But there is a variance between the net price that the farmers in Cote d'Ivoire receive and the net price that the farmers in Liberia receive. In March, at the time I was there, the variance was around $50. So I decided to find out why. There is not fundamental difference from what other farmers are receiving. So we want to make sure now the deductibles, the quota that is paid to the Rural Pension Association, the one that is paid to the Rural Development Fund, the tax, the income tax that government collects. Remember, in Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia collects 4%. In Cote d'Ivoire, what we saw was 1.5%. So we got to look at the income tax, the taxes that are the deductibles. And then we also know that there are some structural issues with how the final price that is released by Firestone is done. So we want to be able, we now have a committee that we're going to be working together to ensure that the price that is set is what is deserved by the smallholder farmer, that nobody will get upcharge. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe if we have it the second time, then we'll go deeper. Now, someone is asking you a question, Dr. Nuta. Nimba Rubber, is it under a concession agreement?
Yes.
Okay. And you said they have a processing plant to export unprocessed rubber, correct?
No, they have a processing plant to export processed rubber.
Yeah, but they are exporting unprocessed rubber.
Yes, they are exporting unprocessed rubber.
Is that a violation?
They were doing that before the ban came into play, but right now they are not doing that. They start doing that. Because
are you sure? Are you sure they stop?
As far as I know, there have been no exportation of unprocessed rubber since the ban came into place. Those who have rubbers, they are complaining that the rubbers are still at the port. They are in container. So when I have a meeting with them, I ask them, how many of you have your container at the port? They send me a letter telling me how many containers were at the port at that time. But when I check up with the custom commissioner later on, they have carried more containers to the port. The containers are still at the port. About 94 of them, 94 containers are at the port from the last information that I got.
Yeah, and Minister,
Dr. Richardson, can I just take this one and you'll come in?
Oh, sure.
Please. Go ahead. Your name and where you're calling us from.
I am calling from Liberia.
Can you please lower your radio, please?
Okay, so let me just
Thank you.
It's okay with you?
Yes, it's fine. Your name and where are you joining us from, please?
I'm James W. Seki, the president for the Rubber Brokers and Farmers Union of Liberia, and chairman of the Consortium of Rubber Sector ITOS, COSA.
Talk to us. We have Dr. Newton on.
Let me say good morning to Dr. Nuta Fresh, and good morning to you and all of the panelists. What I am glad to be on your program tonight and to make some comment on the discussion that is currently going on. Let me, Frank, make something clear. When it comes to the value addition, the type of value that we're talking about is not the TSR.
My friend, you got to turn off the radio and talk into the phone, please.
Yeah, I'm far from the radio.
Yeah, but you got to go ahead, flow.
I am saying that we are not against value addition. We have already decided, in fact, we have a plan in process where we're setting up our own SIMA processing plan also. But the value additions that it will require now. If you talk about value, you must be thinking about additional value. Because the TSR, which a technical specified rubber, being produced since 1936, it have not brought any benefit to we, the producers, that planting the. And Firestone and all those groups that had a processing plant, they do the SIMA processing, and Firestone take it right by oil in Ghana, they carry it to South Africa, they carry it to Kenya, Nairobi, and they manufacture it into finished product and create more job for the citizens there and increase the revenue generating capacity of those countries. So if people talking about value addition, or addition, they might be talking about additional value, not their value addition. And besides that, we encourage. Are you there?
We listen to you, sir. So what's your question to Dr. Nuta, sir?
Yes. I am saying that we.
Can you just turn the radio off and listen through the phone, please?
Okay, I'm there.
Turn the radio off completely.
So okay. So, as I'm saying, we encourage our brothers from the diasporas to come and help us, because those very companies they're talking about, they are the ones that have been behind the executive order throughout. For instance, the executive order 60 that they're talking about are the ones that are responsible for the low production of rubber in Liberia now. Because each time when the executive order is passed and the moratorium is placed, farmers get this enchanted and they shut down their farm, and some get discouraged, they even cut down this farm. And that is the reason why Liberia is facing problem now with rubber production that they're talking about. But besides that, when the moratorium is in place again, do not have the capacity to buy the rubber. They make us to suffer between 2016, 17, 18, coming down all the way to 2021. There was huge stockpile of rubber that Firestone, the lab, they could not afford to buy. And in fact, you could see more than 140 to 150 vehicles in queue. They're fighting to get into rubber plantation, and sometimes we'll be there.
So let's hold you right there. Let's hold you right there. Just pause. Just don't hang up. Just wait. Dr. Nuta, indeed, I received this information also while you were coming out. They said they are on schedule, especially with Firestone. We can only take 1 or 2 a month. Can you speak to what he's saying?
This is not today's reality. His reference is to 2014, 2015, 2016. Today, his factory are telling me the daily requirement is not even met. Purchase requirement is not even met. So the demand is higher than what the supplies are. So that is not true right now. That's not true.
James, are you saying right now honor this government, people are staying in queue, they stay in line, trucks are waiting to be processed by Firestone?
No, the reason why it is not happening now is that most of the farms are shut down. And some of the farmers that got this enchanted, a lot of them are cut down the farm and bring it into home. As we speak, we are talking to our farmers, trying to encourage them to open the fire, especially when the guys from the diaspora came and they started helping us to buy. The reason why trucks are not in queue is because of the guys from the diaspora that came and started buying. And they were even buying a much better price than the Firestone and the lab they're talking about. So they have a vote against the government to pass the executive order and place moratorium. So what I want to say is that the moratorium have not helped. It is the moratorium that is destroying the rubber sector of Liberia. And
thank you.
Let me be very clear. The smallholder rubber farmers are the higher producers of rubber, not all companies, not even the RPAL group. We produce up to 65% of natural rubber in Liberia, and all of them depend on us. But they who depend on us do not also respect us. They don't even care.
So hold on 1 minute, James. The minister, sir, James, the minister want to speak to you, please. Be patient. Hold on. Go ahead, doctor.
I was very happy when I first received you at the Ministry of Agriculture during our first meeting. I know we had a very good conversation, and I know we agreed that we will work together to resolve the problem. But I was surprised that all of you left here and took your own path. Let me tell you, I who sit here, I support the smallholder farmers, and I can assure you that I'm committed to ensuring that the fair price that you desire as smallholder farmer, you will get it. We can sit together and agree on how we move the rubber sector forward. In fact, I'm going to hold a meeting with all the smallholder farmers to be able to contribute to the National Agriculture Development Plan. The pillar on rubber, I'm depending on you guys to work on it and make it better. We are all working together. This should not be seen as say, well, Alexander Nota is stepping in our way. He doesn't want to see the ban lifted. No, the ban doesn't work for any one of us. It works for the country. Because at the end of the day, if we make the ban to be better, all of the constraints that are associated with it, if we address it, we will benefit, Liberia will benefit. Those who want to join into rural farming, they will benefit. I heard some of your concerns, and I told you I was in empathy with you, and I was prepared to address the issue so that you get the benefit that you desire. I know you brokers have a role to play in the value chain development, and I'm willing, I'm prepared to sit with you guys to have that conversation. Let's have a dialogue around the rubber sector. Let's resolve the issue.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, James. So again, you guys will speak when the minister return. The minister will appear on screen again, and we'll have this open conversation. But it's an honor, James.
Okay, that is good. That is good. We are open to dialogue. But what I want the minister to do, in the meantime, let him allow the people who bought their goods and is becoming hostile, the one that had a boat, which paid $57,000 United States dollars just 3 weeks ago. To the government, we pay the money to the government. And all of the people that are in the business are people who came and register with the government. So if you knew that you are not going to allow these people to export their product, you couldn't allow them to register. And we are going through losses. Our properties, our properties that were given collateral to banking institution as in default. And I can see all losing it. So what we do, we are calling on them, let them release it. Let the other assets on the ground, let it go, let the people be selling. Then we can offset that and discuss and see how to develop a regulatory framework that will suit everybody, that will be able to certify everybody for everyone to remain in business.
Thank you. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute.
I know that I have some.
Yeah, but let's listen to the minister on that point now. Minister?
So I think James and I had this conversation before. Let me tell you right now, I'm working on addressing that issue. I was in a conversation with the NRC managing director. I had a conversation with the commissioner of customs. We are working on addressing the issue. You know, it's just that other people are taking it out of context. Yes, but we are addressing it. I can assure you that those who have their rubber in the container at the port, we are working to make sure that their concerns are addressed. They will be happy, and we will be happy too. We will handle that. we are working on it in the next couple of days, so action will be taken.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you, James. Thanks for coming. We'll take one more because it's already 11:36. We'll take just one more. James, thank you very much. You got my number, and we'll keep in touch, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. All right. All right. So,
I won't
yes,
call.
ma'am.
Answer a question you ask, but do you have that call on the line?
Yes, I do, ma'am. I just want to take this one, then you can comment, please. Yes, good evening. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Mamadou Bass. I'm one of the smallholder farmers. And I just want to ask the minister one question. He talked about our DF is producing nurseries to help smallholder farmers. Can you state this evening how many smallholder farmers have been helped by our DF? And number two, I heard him just saying about helping to clear the road at the port, whereas we got other road in other warehouses, in other buying stations. Will you be very kind enough to include all of these roads that have already been bought and lined down in the various warehouses? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Dr. Nuta.
So the first question, I did not say our DFI has nursery around. I say I want to see them have it because the people are contributing their money. I want to see our DFI establishing nurseries across the country to give it free to smallholder farmers. That's what I expect them to be doing. They are not doing that right now. They don't have one. But I'm saying, as Minister of Agriculture, I will want to make sure that they take that responsibility so that they can help their members. If you contribute $1 to the fund, you must get something in return. And that would be technology transfer to you and giving you the improved crew that you need. That's what I said. The second question, in our first conversation, we had told them all those who have rubber in container at the port, they should give us the name. And they wrote back to me and gave me information on how many containers they said they had at the port. But at the buying stations, that one we'll have to discuss later on. They are still on the farm. They have not left there. But the ones in the container at the port, we are thinking about how we can address that issue first. Then we'll get to that one.
Dr. Nuta, we take one last one, folks. Because of time, we'll ask you to please allow Dr. Nuta to come back. Then you can continue on the question. I know this is big, all right, but we appreciate the doctor time. You will be the last caller from my end tonight. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Clinton N. Poser. I'm the official spokesperson of the consulting rubber sector out of Rakosa.
Talk to the minister, please. He's listening.
Okay, thank you very much for having me, Mr. Waterspoon. The minister is suddenly to me like a sweet one, but lacking of substance. Number one thing that I want to say here, the minister highlighted that a smallholder rubber farmer are considered to be people of 5 acres. No, the RPA, which is the Rubber Planter Association, had a threshold. From 100 acres up, you are a member of the RPAL. From 99 acres down, you are considered smallholder farmers, we found ourselves in that category, right? So the second thing I want to talk about is only all the processing that is done in Liberia here are all semi-processing. The value addition we are aiming for is not what we stand, because we talk about value addition. Liberians should be able to benefit, the consumer should be able to benefit. There is no end product of rubber produced in Liberia. Rubber are only dry in TSR 20 and 10, and our value is only added to those entrepreneurs who are engaged into the business to enrich themselves. It does not benefit Liberians. So it does not work for all. When you talk about value addition, which the manufacturer should be doing here. And the third thing I want to talk about here is the Mauritanian about tax. The issue of the Mauritanian have been speculated about theft. Even the Liberian government, with all the security that the government had, the state had, they still face challenges with theft. So the Mauritanian is not about theft. Let me say it's not about tax, but it's tax, the theft that I've been talking about. And the other thing I want to talk about is the consultant rubber sector out of Liberia have the project proposal that were presented to the Interministerial Committee that were even set up by the president for the first time. That committee was chaired by Minister Ami Moda. We got a plan that in 18, at most 24 months, we will build our own rubber processing plant. The land has been secured. Our donors, our partners are approved to take to undertake the project. When the ban is lifted, the land is secured in Bon County, 5 acres. We are done with that, and we want to produce. Our intent is to produce our own millionaires in Liberia. We will not continue to be a perpetual raw material supplier to foreigners. They're making millions of dollars that will continue to suffer. The other thing I want to talk about is...
Be brief now. Let's go to your question, because we got to wrap it up, please.
Yeah, Mr. Waterspoon, I think this is a golden opportunity for me. I'll not take most of your time. Just give me a little chance, right? I'll finish soon. So FOB at the Freeport of Montreal, which is freight on board, is $850 for unprocessed rubber. Jetty and the other actors are buying rubber in Liberia 500 and even below. So how will FOB, which is freight on board, as soon as your rubber get on board at the Freeport, they do not, your partner overseas gave you your money, they're not waiting for the arrival of that consignment. They gave you your money so they confirm on board. Then how can you buy the consignment $500 per people in about $350 US different? And another thing I want to talk about shortly is Jetty consider 3% water weight. Even if you ask the question to you ask the agriculture minister the question, overseas price for rubber is 1,300 for which is supposed to be considered in Liberia. So when you take 60% of that amount, that it means the rubber purchase in Liberia per ton so to be $780 US. So even if you're taking the water weight of 3%, which Jetty consider you still going to sell your rubber and get nothing less than $700.
So let's do this. Let's do this, my friend. My friend. Listen. I'm begging you. What's your full name again?
My name is Clinton N. Kose.
Clinton.
Official spokesperson of Kose.
Clinton, we're going to invite you on the show because time is up with the minister. We're going to invite you on the show, and you will help us understand from your end. Okay, we want to invite all the other guys, the brokers, all your different groups to talk about this rubber issue. But our time is up with the minister. If you have a question, we have heard your concern. Ask the minister your question for us to move on, please.
Okay. Minister Nuta, we sat with you. We discussed with you. We presented our argument. All you have to tell us is, gentlemen, the economy got to move on. You did not tell us any process or any other like a short-term plan that the government have for the smallholder farmer. And you have been quote unquote appraising Jetty instead of being a neutral person in the process. So my question to you here is, so is it that you have the intention to prioritize foreigner or Liberian? Why would perpetually suffer for the government that would power? Is that your intent? That
Thank you.
Always on platform.
Clinton.
Yes, sir.
Let's be professional. You have asked a professional question, and let's give him a chance to answer. Okay? You guys will meet again. You and the minister, and you will talk things over. So we respect your question. We will invite you on the show on Spoon Talk, and you guys will make your case. All right? The minister that was sitting that way, he's from one of those counties. We are all Liberians, and we will be very respectful. But I said thank you for joining us tonight, Mr. Clinton. Okay?
Mr. Waterspoon, I appreciate for you to invite me. I got a lot of information to provide on this phone talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Just go to the station, meet Diamond or the CEO. They will give you a time for you to appear, okay?
Okay, I will go to Diamond. I know Diamond. I will go to Diamond.
Thank you. Minister, it's all yours, sir. Dr. Nuta, you want to respond to that? So, different question. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson. Go ahead.
Before he closes, I wanted to just address a concern that you had. You said
we're just trying to answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and answer the question. I don't want to.
You know, let me admit here. I think the brokers are kind of misunderstanding me. When we met, the first time I met them, the first question was, what are the problems? We listed the problem that they had. One of the issues was they had a container at the ports. They had a run. I said, okay, go and come back with me a list of those who have issues and what the containers are. And they came back, we had a second conversation. I have been somebody very empathetic to their cause because I know, look, the truth is my father was a farmer, a tapper himself. I know the rubber sector very well. Okay. We are concerned about the prices that farmers receive. We are committed to making sure that what they desire or they deserve as farmers, they will receive it. I know the brokers themselves have interest in the rubber sector. We are prepared to work with them to address their concern. Let me let the colleague who just spoke, the guy who just spoke, let me let him know that look, NUTA doesn't go anywhere to go and defend Jetty. You guys are the one who are carrying that around. Jetty and I have never been friends. You say I know him personally. I know him as a critical actor in the sector. I went to Jetty. It is my responsibility as actor in the sector to go to any actor who is playing a major role. Firestone has invited me. I've gone to Firestone Plantation to go and see them. If Nima Rubber were to invite me to say, come to Nima Rubber, I will go to Nima Rubber. Jetty had a program that he invited the president to. The president was unable to go. He asked me as Minister of Agriculture to go there. It was just fair enough for me to go there. I am not saying foreigners or aliens are better than Liberians. No. We have to grow the economy. Maybe that's why he's misconstruing me. I said the economy has to go on. If you want change, you have to take the appropriate action to say, to take the changes or to make the changes that need to be made. I agree with him. We need to have real value added to our rubber product. And this is where our personal stand. We are going to going to keep our raw material that those who are in the processing sectors to make sure that the value addition that we want is done. And that is I'm committed to that. This is the reason why I have called for a conference, beginning with a national retreat of key actors in the sector to identify the problems and come up with solutions that will be beneficial to both the investors and the Liberian community, the farmers, the other actors, brokers, everybody has a stake in it. But we cannot address the issue in the way that they are taking it. I met them the very first time, and then later on I saw them on a different platform discussing issue differently. I am the sector lead. Today they are saying, well, Nuta is the one who is doing this. But they did not realize that Nuta was the one who would do that. They left. He's telling me they are planning to have a factory established in Bond County. That's why. And that's what I want to see Liberians do. That's my first priority. To see a group of Liberians say we want to have a plan that can process rubber so that Liberians themselves can benefit from the dividend of their labor or their investment. What we want to see happen. I fully support that. If you were to give me a plan like that, well, I'll be more than happy to see how we can support it. We are not excluding Liberia from the process. No. We want to create an environment where everybody can compete and make a decent living, a decent profit, and earn a decent income. That's our objective for the agriculture sector. So whoever that person is, I'm available to have that conversation with you guys. James and your team, I'm open to have conversation with you guys. Let's get together and address the issue. And you guys will be invited to the retreat and to the National Rubber Conference so that you can all come up with a solution that you have. Let's address the issue. But the economy has to be the fulcrum. Because if the economy is better, everybody's life gets better. But to make it better, we have to take the right action. And I know the executive order that was released, that was issued from 2008 to 2023, all defined processed rubber as TSR and above. So now we got to make sure now that above, we focus on it. We want real value addition so that we can see some rubber products in our market. And some of them are committing themselves to doing that. What can we do now to make sure that those commitments becomes reality? To be our focus as stewards of the sector. Committing to. So I will stop there. I'm hoping for more conversation with anybody and everybody who is in the sector.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nuta. Dr. Richardson, so
No,
excuse Dr. Nuta for us now.
Yeah, Stanton, you had asked a question about what is wrong with brokers collecting the money, shipping the rubber out of the country to Malaysia and just collecting the money. What is wrong with that is do the brokers collect the taxes? The 4% taxes, is that going to Liberia's coffers? That's the question that we should be asking for development. Are they giving that $2.81 or that $1.99 that they collect for either the Rubber Development Fund or the Rubber Planter Association? Are they giving that money back to those people so that they can develop the areas in which they need to do? I don't think so. There's no statistics or no documentation. I asked the minister here, have you seen their documentation? He told me no. When they went for the confirmation hearing, they asked the same questions. Can you guys show us evidence that you are paying your RDF or your RPA or your 4% taxes? They didn't have any documentation. So that is wrong for Liberia, okay? If we're going to treat Liberia right and ship and be in favor of shipping rubber outside of the country, we have to treat Liberia right by paying what is due to Liberia so that we can develop our country. So that's what I wanted to say. What's wrong with that?
Thank you very much, folks. We want to say again, you always welcome Minister Nuta. Indeed, this is your first time on Spoon Talk. Man, it was great. We appreciate you. We will send our bill through the mail. You're here in America, so I have to do it before you leave. Well, I want to say you're always welcome. Do your closing statement, sir. Thank you for coming on.
So let me thank the Spoon family for this opportunity to inform our people. It's always going to be a pleasure to join you here to discuss issues that pertain to the sector. Remain open, and we are open for all the suggestions that you have. I know people reach out to you with their concerns. Some of them may not reach out to us, but when you get those concerns, let us know, because we want to address all of the issues related to agriculture and make sure the sector is harmonious and productive for everybody. Let me also thank my good friend Samuel Johnson. I didn't know we got connected here today, but thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you.
You're a good man, Doc. I enjoy working with you. We have a great working relationship, and I think you are one of the stars of this current government, and I know you will do well. I pray for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm honored.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So thank you very much, Doctor. We'll see you around. I know you're on your way to Dallas, Texas, because the president should be leaving Saturday. And again, we'll wait for you to give us your big news leaving from that area. I saw your name on the list.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Being Dallas.
He doesn't want to talk about it, Randy. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. That's the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Alexander Nuta. I'm trying to find his name though. He's number 5 on the list. He's number 5 on the list. Agriculture Minister Dr. Alexander Nuta. He will be with the president in Dallas. The whole trip, everything is here. We're gonna show it because we need transparency and we need the president to know. So you have on this trip, you have Sarah Yantili Beslow, Foreign Minister. You have the Minister of Commerce and Industry, Amin Modal. You have the Energy Minister, Wilma Pei. You have the Agriculture Minister, Dr. Nuta. You have the National Investment Commission Chairman, Jeff Blibble. You have Managing Director of Leptaco, Double Richardson. You have a member of the Rescue, member of the Rescue Caucus, Honorable Priscilla Cooper, House of Representative. Number 9 on the list is our own dear friend and brother, the Information Minister, Jeremy Pia. He's on this list. Number 10, Executive Assistant Maureen Nima. That's the name, I believe. The senior economic advisor to the president, Sir Johnny, is number 11. Number 12 is the managing director, Money Captain. You know, Money Captain is on the trip because they want to foster how you call it? There's something he brought in the country. Uncle Sam, the money, the grants America gave.
MCC?
The MCC. So he on the list to go pitching for the MCC. And you have the senior advisor, Augustine Conning, is on the list. Number 14 is Deputy Minister for Public Affairs, Anthony Cassidy. Number 15, the AIC. I'm not going to call his name. I don't want to deal with the security. Number 16, Presidential Attendant Tamba Wunda. Number 17, the Protocol Officer, Winifred Deshe. Number 18, Presidential A. You know him. Number 19, Presidential photographer, what it is, Joseph Blackie. That's his name. Anybody know him? Joseph, he's a very, very good, you know, he take good picture. Number 20, ELBC reporter, Vasta Talu. Number 21, physician to the president. I'm not going to call his name. Number 22, presidential business manager, Louis Tamba. She's already there. I think she left already. The EPS, I'm not calling the EPS name. The assistant minister for COS, Minister of Finance, Saran Kaba-Jones, protocol officer, Annie Wayne, and the last person, communication officer, Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Affairs, excuse me, Stephanie Wissett. Now, with the exception of the president, he carried 25 individuals on this trip, 25 individuals. So I just want us to talk about the group that coming along. It's not a big group because they did everything to cut down this group. 25 individuals with the exception of the president.
Sandra, let's close on the first topic. The other list.
Remember, we finish that first topic, but you beyond the agriculture thing too much. It's so dear to your heart.
Oh yeah, it's very personal to me.
Okay, so let me pause you. When we come to you, we'll take us home. Uncle Sam, is this group a big group? 25. I think it's moderate though. It's better than Joe.
It's not moderate. It's not moderate. It's not moderate. 25.
Stand up.
Yeah.
In a larger scheme of things that I will be concerned about, to be critical about, this is not one of them. It really is not. For the following reasons. I know people want to come to the States, okay? And I know they all want to get close to the presidency. I mean, that's just Liberia. I mean, I know it is something that is not good, but it is not egregious enough a transgression for me to make a big deal about it. I don't want to be like
it's egregious.
We'll come to who paying for it. Let Uncle
me finish. I'm saying, in terms, look, my man, I can't be like crying wolf and the town crier for every transgression that Joseph Booker get involved in. People will not take me seriously. So it's got a 25-man delegation. When Joel will bring in 50 people, I can't do that. I can't in good, you know, it won't be good if people look at me like a town crier, somebody who just won't be, how they gonna be complaining. 25 people is okay. 25 people, that's
I think I can post it, right?
Yeah. Look. It is not unreasonable. It is not unreasonable. Okay? It is not something I
got it from social media. I got it from Facebook, Uncle Sam. It's out on Facebook.
Now, and you ask me questions.
I'm asking you, should I post the list?
No. I don't make that decision for you. Your own.
Mama, should I share it? Today I'm asking you guys, should I share it?
You the media czar, and I don't have any experience in communication, and I don't know if I'll be what they're going to be. So I'll be. So some people privacy will be exposed. I don't know. So
I think are you security guys? Should I share the list?
No, I don't think you should, Santa. I don't think you
share the list.
If the government wants to share the list officially, they can do that. But I don't think a private individual should be sharing the list.
Man, there's a radio station, my man. That's our right to share the list. What do you mean?
I'm saying, you see, that's why I said I'm a media person, so I don't know.
Man, I was sharing. What you mean? All the other things that we've been sharing on other government.
Listen to me. Honestly, when I share, I said, when I share it. Me, Samet, I said, when I share it. And me, Samet, I said,
why are you so serious?
I will not criticize it. But I get it ready. My wife finished fixing her hair, her nails for tomorrow.
Okay. So go ahead. I said, Va. I mean, what's the need? We can share it. No problem. Right?
You already named the people. Share the list.
You didn't name the body. Say I'm gonna share it. Then I will say no. You don't really call the body. But you know what? That list is very generous. In all fairness, that's why Uncle Sam cannot say anything. The list is generous. Look at the names and the people that they're in their preparation. You know exactly in the program they are coming to. Unlike the other man that has the fanfare, he got his girlfriend, extra baby mama, extra other people that.
Man, don't go that route now. Don't go that route.
Go that route. That what happened. You're dead of
Don't go that route.
You're acting that will not forget. I will go that route.
Because some people bury mine on our list there too. Some people bury mine on our list. So don't make us go there. Don't go there.
Some people dollar amount on the list. Don't go there.
I'm already there.
Let's
close my mouth. Sorry, I can talk too much sometimes. I can get in trouble, but I'll close my mouth. I'll leave it.
Yeah, all right, thank you, Fadiga.
The list is very generous.
All right, let me share the list. The next one we're going to say is the president coming and going.
But let's close on that. Everybody's going to close on the topic.
Yeah, man, we're going to close on the long topic. You can't talk about the president traveling back.
Let me close for everybody.
Let me share the list. Just I'm going to share the list. I want to close. What do you want me to do?
The stand up, nobody say me share the list so that your own brilliant.
Share the list first.
Let me tell you now.
Let's take a vote. Who I want the list to be shared?
I'm neutral. I'm neutral.
How about you put your hand up? Should we share it?
I mean, share the list. Share the list.
Fatima, you want to share it?
Share the list.
Fatima, you got to say yes or no now. No neutrality yet.
I really don't care. Either way.
So it means yes. Dr. Richard said.
Okay, let's ask Fadiga, tiebreaker.
I mean, why are the list here? What more worry about the list here? That's the list. Delegation to the Africa Business MCC Summit, Dallas, Texas, from May 6th through the 9th. Departure is May 4th on my birthday. And somebody get something playing, guys. Can you mute? It's on my birthday, departure. So that's the list over there. Those are coming with His Excellency President Joseph Yuma Boakai. Listen, they have a lot of names on the list. They remove a lot of names. How about you getting a fever, my brother? They remove a lot of names on this list. This list was almost like 60 something. They cut it down to 25. So I think, again, the reason why I'm sharing it, I think they're being more, generous. Yeah. Because I'm sure that they have some financial constraint too now. They have some serious financial constraint. How they would generate the money, the budget just passed, and people got to buy plane ticket, hotels. And you look at the president trip. We get a whole trip from Dallas, Liberia, and everywhere he's going from the 6th. They're going to have that summit on the 6th, the Cabo Center, Bright Pride area. They're going to go on the 7th, on the 8th, on the 9th. The president will leave on the 10th and another stop. So it's a big, long trip. But again, I think Liberia got to decide whether this list is a unique one, whether this is better than President Boakai list. This is the president's first trip to the United States with 25 individuals. The main reason I'm sharing this, compared to President George Weah's first trip when he left the country after just after he took over. This list,
people on our list.
This list, I think this list 25. I got no problem with it. I believe it's unique, and I think it's necessary. It's a good thing that we show it. And folks, take the picture. That's the list. Those are coming with the president. Because of security reasons, I don't want to show the president different stuff. But we have the whole executive mansion. They give it. If somebody put it on social media and we took it, thank God for those people that have been so generous with the Liberian people. But yes, the list. Okay, this is where we find ourselves. This is exactly what we're talking about. Those are coming with the president. You see that the Nuta is here already. So now you got 24 people that will be traveling, as you can see. But some of the advisors not there, some of the ministers not there. But I think the president is comfortable because Sylvester Grisby removed a lot of people from the list. When he saw the list, he went aggressively and he took people off. And now you're talking about business, you're talking about meet and greet, you're talking about everything. So the marshal is okay with this list. Let me take it down. I will not share
So praise Grisby now. Praise Grisby for the other action. Praise him for saving small money.
Hey, Lola, I think you got something wrong with your head.
Yeah.
So,
can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sir.
You can criticize the man, President. You agree with
I
the
will criticize him every day because he's not a good administrator. Go ahead, sir.
Let me ask you a question. If this is a U.S. Africa Business Summit, are you aware whether the Chamber of Commerce, Liberia Business Association, other business support organizations are coming to this meeting? They accompany the president. And do you have any information on that?
Just about to ask. Great question.
So
let me also add a sense of that. It costs about $2,000 just to register. You have to be a member or a non-member. Okay, it's not cheap to. I mean, flying is you can fly.
Musa better take an afford it.
Hold on, guys. Let's take it easy now. I think she kind of add to this that to register this, right? People have to register. People have to pay $2,000. Folks have to pay. Folks have to pay.
But Stanton, let me ask you a question.
Answer the first question here.
But Stanton, wait now. How can you be coming to a business conference, you're a Business Africa conference, and you bring business people? You got to bring business people.
But the government is supposed to bring the business association again. I thought a private entity.
I'm saying they will bring them. I'm saying basically they should encourage them to
I mean,
no. But the president should approach the business association, the Fuller Business Association, and encourage them to
Uncle Sam, you probably can maintain long though. Here we are, Uncle Sam. What woman? You see up there, MCC.
But I'm not independent.
Yeah, Uncle Sam, when Uncle Sam, hold on a minute. You see, like money captain, they are you hold on 1 minute. I say, but I beg you, let me finish. I say, I beg you, let me finish. The issue here is that they are using this opportunity to pitch for the MCC. Okay, your question you asked is unique. I didn't ask that question. I don't know who's coming outside of this group. We will see when they come. Okay, this thing is just from Monday to Wednesday. It'll be over. So let's move on. I have other thing I want to say because Mambi want to talk about the rubber. Let me talk about the IG. When we asked the IG the last time, we beg you, Mr. IG, how much did you ask for? And the IG said he couldn't tell us, but we have the document. Let's read this document today. Okay? This document was written to Honorable Bwama Kamara. Please accept our compliments and herewith present to you for your approval and allotment the joint security request in the amount of $393,875. $393,875 for the upcoming senatorial by-election in Nimba County and a representative by-election in Grand Jida County, scheduled for April 23rd, 2024, simultaneously. Kindly see attached budget detail for your ease of reference. Now, that's the money. When we asked Gregory Coleman, he said he couldn't answer the question, but that's why there was requested for $393,875. That's what they asked Baba Kamara to give them. You can tell me what this money is huge, whether it was less, whatever the case may be, but this is joint security. Now, Abba, can you mute? We are getting a feedback from you, please, sir. So let's go back again and talk about the issue about the breakdown. Yes, the breakdown. Yes, the breakdown, folks. You see, this breakdown tell you exactly how they decided to spend the money. Rehearsal training, 50,000. 1,000 men $10 unit cost, $10 for each. They say for 5 days, 1,000, 5 days. You gave each of the 1,000 men $10. That's 50,000. You go to table B, stationery and equipment, 15,000. Table C, pre-election facers. All right, you get 20,000, and it will be better that I read this from my phone because it's not looking too clear, but you get 20,000 as you can see. Then you have, hold on guys, let me put it up on my phone. It will be better from my end. Mommy, I know you will go to your agriculture. Hold on, mommy. All right, so here we go. So you have all the different amount, procure stationaries, we say 15,000. Intelligent gathering, you get 20,000. You have command post activation, you get $3,375. Subtotal to that bracket was 23,000 and change. Table D, fuel and lubricant, you get 30,000. And you get repair and maintenance, 5,000. So for this area, you have 35,000. So if you look at the communication, over here we have communication to be, if anybody can see it clear, we appreciate you. The total for this budget right now, as you see, let me put this up. The total, if you go through everything, subtotal 254,500. But the Joint Security requested $393,875. The question, if the subtotal is 254,500, why they put in a request of $393,875 for Grand Jide and Nima by election? The request, we hope that the IG can come on the show and explain, or go on any network and explain. The breakdown said 254,500, but it requested for $393,875. Did they give them all the money? Was the request on 100% by Burma Kamara? Why they asked? Who can do that math? Can somebody help us the difference in the amount requested real quick? While you have $393,875 minus $254,500. Can somebody help us, please? Anybody that know math?
Mommy, that small, intelligent young boy doing that.
You got 109,375. That's the big gap. Why they decided, 139,000 different, 375, and the said budget was 254,000. I think the IG need to explain. I think Gregory Coleman need to explain. I think maybe the Justice Minister need to explain to the Liberian people. Did they give them all the money? Or they have different stuff that they never, that is not shown on the document? So I'm going to leave the rest of the document I have for tomorrow. I got so many good documents I want to share with you guys at Kune, because we had that to Nuta here. But I want you to let's focus on what was requested by the Joint Security, 393,875. But the budget was 254,500. How much were given to the guys that went there, the 1,000 guys there? The total that was given to them was around $25 a day. Mr. Sam Jackson, are you smelling what I'm cooking?
Look, stand on. I understand, right? But the only way that we can get any clarity is this is what was requested. So how much was funded, right?
Correct.
How much was funded, right? And whether there is documentation for the expenditure that was made. So I mean, so that's just a little. But anything that we say right now will be speculation. And then in the order of
we gotta ask Gregory Coleman, right?
Yes. But Stanton, in the order of magnitude, 300,000+ for the fragility of the state and the kind of work that needs to be done to ensure a free and fair election, I think is not unreasonable. It may be high, but not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable.
Well, why do you think Gregory Coleman couldn't answer that question when we asked him that day? But
it's a national security team.
No, I beg you. I ask him, Mr. Jackson, please. Mr. Jackson, I beg you.
My security advisor finished answering. Fighting out of my security advisor.
National security team. How you wanted to be Gary?
Fighting out of my security advisor, you didn't answer me.
So again, I'm going to ask him, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
All right. The election was over.
Yeah.
Everything was done when he appeared on the show.
Yeah.
The result were announced.
Yeah.
Why do you think he just couldn't answer the question, but he referred us to the Public Information Act and said, go ask them, they'll give you the information. Yeah. And when we asked them, they were kind enough and they gave us the information. And this is Liberian people money. You requested $254,500 for budgeting. That's what we budgeted. But then 139,000 different. Don't you think the Liberian people really want some hard answer, honest answer as to why you went above almost 40% into your budget?
Yeah. Hello, Stanton. I have a soft spot for law enforcement and the military, right? And I also have a softer spot for Buster, right? The IG. So what I would like to do is to basically know this is the figure that was asked for. I want to know what was
correct.
That's it.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Mommy.
No, can I close?
No. You home already? Where you gotta go?
I'm not home. I got place to go. I gotta meet.
Mommy, please talk to us. Mommy, I know you want to talk about the rubber, but I'll just get 30 seconds from you on this budget thing.
Yeah, I think we should pay attention to what was disbursed. Most of the time, people submit this budget to the Minister of Finance. I mean, given the situation, sometimes they call it down by 30%, 40%. So let's check further and see how much was disbursed.
So you want us to just pause, and then the Gregory will answer that question as to listen. We asked for 339,000, but they gave us this amount.
Exactly.
So within the ballpark of that amount, we operated.
Exactly.
But my question to you, who's counted? Do you think it's too much of a money?
Yeah, security man. I don't know the security ramification that inform the budget, so I wouldn't speak to whether it is. If it was a budget for agricultural investment, I can look at it and tell you, say it doesn't make sense. If it was something, I mean, around trade and come out, tell you, say no, it doesn't make sense. But security, there are other factors that might inform the numbers that I don't have idea on.
Thank you, Fatima.
Well, I think it's actually a national security issue for all the security factors and organizations of our country to come on Spoon TV and just give budgets and stick to exact amounts. I don't think they're going to just come here and let us know everything that they are running with and how much they requested. And I don't think that's actually enough. I don't think it's a lot of money they've asked. So I think it will be at the ID's discretion to come back and let us know what happened. But I don't think we should just, let.
You don't think that amount? You don't think that amount is a huge amount?
I don't think it is, and not at all.
For the two elections.
I don't think it is at all.
Thank you, Azevan.
Look, I don't know if that's a subtotal, that 254, and there's another 139, 875 that's added to it to determine that, that total. But I want to look at the numbers and the reality of it.
It's a grand total.
That's a subtotal.
It's a grand total.
And then there's a grand total. So there's another 100 and whatever we said before.
139,000 has it.
Yeah, there's another cost there's somewhere that we're not capturing here. But it's about looking at the actual deployment. and what the money was used for. A lot of times, sometimes a budget is just a preface. The reality tends to be different. Things can happen in the field, car can break down, emergency can be here, you need 3 or 4 vehicles deployed. I know these elections were peaceful, and I wanted the Nima people were very proud of that nothing escalated, nothing
Grand Judah too. Grand Judah was proud.
Yes, so a lot of people were excited about that. They showed some level of maturity in our politics and stuff like that, so that's good. So maybe Gregory needs to explain it a little bit, but I think we're missing a piece of that budget to know, what they really use all the money for.
No, so all the document I was submitted and what I just shared with you guys, there's nothing missing. And Gregory just need to explain better now as to why the 139 increase and whether they receive all of the amount they requested for. All right, because
explanation is needed.
Yeah, and that's all we just.
So you want for me to talk that, or you want to?
He always accessible to you? We can call him, or he can.
No. The reason why we flagging it, I'm coming to you, Fadiga. You will be last. The reason why we flagging it because Gregory couldn't answer this question, and when you come on Spoon and you can't answer it at the time, then you tell us to go find out from the resource center. We went to the resource center and they give it to us. The best thing Gregory could have said, listen, guys, we stay in the process. We'll get back to you. But if said no, go find out, then we'll find out. Because this is what we take pride in. Dr. Richardson, you think the amount is a big amount, or you think it's just reasonable and Gregory still owed the folks some explanation?
I have to admit that I don't know a lot about security, so I don't know if that amount is reasonable. I would have loved to have some opportunity to ask, what is the reasonable amount to pay police and to pay security officers. But I have a friend, Marjorie Duncan Fuller. You can see the math is not mathing, especially when we look at the big discrepancy between the subtotal and the grand total. But my main issue of this is that when Gregory was on the show, he wasn't, authentic or transparent enough to tell us, like you said, wait, I'm still in the process of putting my numbers together. He didn't really answer the question in a transparent way, in a way for current day Liberians to appreciate the openness of government, to value that there were no information, that there's not a vacuum of information like it used to be before. So that is my major problem. I mean, maybe he didn't know the numbers, but I don't think his answer to Liberians that watch this platform widely was appropriate. That's whether it's security or not. I mean, asking somebody to tell you how much does it cost for you to run security in Lima is not a security issue for me. So that's what I have to say. That's how I feel about that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back to the rubber issue. You want to do your closing? Please do your closing.
You saw that. You know that. Let it go. I gotta speak for Greg, and I have an answer for that. Honestly, look, the IG did the right thing. He did the appropriate thing. Look, this money was money. I think the budget is small. It should have been higher than that. Nima County is a very large county. There was a senatorial race, not like a one small district. It was a senatorial race. The same thing with Grand Judah County. The budget was very small. I think the budget was very generous. Another reason why I believe that the IG did not elaborate. Look, the budget, especially when you go into the detail of the budget, it says a lot of things about our national security and what is prioritized. No security wants you to delve in the budget. You know where money is placed. It gives you anybody that want to carry on subversion and insight into the mind of the police. So it's very dangerous to have those information. I think the IG made the right call. Or if you get it and put it outside, people will keep speculating. I'm wondering if that document is even authentic. Because I don't think
you get something with you. Somebody will take the minister's signature and Fadiga, that's why it made me mad. When our sources will go up and down to bring in information, you shouldn't be a panelist to say I want is authentic. Don't do that.
I don't know, because that is a national security.
You want to defend your Gregory, defend your Gregory. We're suspending from this show.
You're suspending?
We're suspending you.
Any position yet. I can't
continue doing that is a joke.
Fariga, you know, if Gregory would have explained the budget like you just explained it, then I think a lot of people would have understood.
But are giving the figure.
You're talking on me. Thank you. You said for security reasons, we don't want people, going into the minds of officers and blah, blah, blah. You gave a good answer, but that's not what we heard from him. And we need to get in this habit of letting the
Correct. He probably didn't have the information at hand.
But why did he say it? That's what he should have said.
Well, the bottom line here is
this is constructive criticism. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's not to criticize.
I think the budget was generous. I think it should have been more. The police work, the election was peaceful because we have men being proactive on the ground. They mended those polling stations. They were rightfully deployed. This was a joint security exercise, not only Liberia National Police. When they say joint security, they got AFL, they got all the different things.
But I think but let me say my own now. Let me say my own on this thing. I think, right, you have 1,000 men. I think you have 1,000 men, right, Amame? The 1,000 men, you deploy them. You gave them $10 on this day, $20 the next day. The total between $50 to $60 a day for the time they spend, right? If this money, it's a lot of money. The key thing here is that they had a unique election and there were no problem. So the money was spent well. Now, here's my concern. From the 254,000, we want to know what become of the 139,000, the difference in the amount. You have given us breakdown for 254,500. We are government of transparency. So that's why people will come to us to blow the whistle. This thing happened with Patrick Sudu, under Joe Minor, we are government. And the people that I were deploying the fee said, but they didn't give us the $10 you're saying, they gave us $5. After they put on paper, say they gave the people 10. The people said no, they gave us 5. So when I received the document, right, and those that call me, I'm not going to go there. I will give, my brother IG the time to speak to this. We got other document to this. If you pay them $20, $30, $40, $50, we just want to know, what did you do with the 139,000? The Burma Camara gave you the entire 393,000? Maybe not. Maybe Burma Camara didn't give you what was requested 100%. So now it's up to Gregory Coleman to come and address the issue and say, I didn't receive what was requested for. But we live in the midst of what they gave us. Other than that, the people want to know what become of the 139,000.
See, can I just interject? Were you aware about lodging and feeding and hospitality?
Yes, so again, you asked a good question. So go in the chat room. I just put the information in the chat room of Sister Fatima. Everything is here. Everything is broken down, Fatima. All right. They say the quality 1,000. The day they spent on the first rehearsal training, 5 days. Unit cost for each officer $10. The first 5 days. With the 1,000, $10 gave them. 5 days, that's 50,000. That's what they gave them. So whether you live in the bush, whether you live in the town, wherever they already gave $10. So you got $50 for that 5 days. So I want you to go through this document and you will see what we're talking about. So at the end of the document, the total came to 254,500. So what become of the 139,000? Maybe he didn't get it, but he still owed the Liberian people some explanation. And as a constant follower of Spoon, and he has integrity.
Let me explain it to you before we leave the topic.
No, hold on now. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. No, don't interrupt me. You asked to explain, we'll give you a chance. Don't interrupt me. We asked to give you a chance. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Stop. No, don't interrupt. We'll come back. Don't do that, man. You interrupting as if to say you can't hear, my man. We will give you a chance to explain. Ava, you will explain, but when now let's
okay, I want to give me fine. My apology.
Yeah, but stop, man, stop disrupting our show. You did that yesterday again. Go ahead and explain what you want to explain, Ava. No, you go ahead and explain.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. So you look at that very first the one I have like more columns.
The big one. You want me to put the big one up, right?
The big one. Put the big one up.
Uh-huh.
So they say table 8 at training. That's $50,000, right? Table B, stationary equipment at $15,000. So we accumulate. So that's $65,000. The third one is pre-elections phase. That's $23,375. So we got 65 and 23, that 88,375. Then we got another 35,000 for fuel and maintenance, right? 88 and 35 at what? 123. Okay. So then we got communications and equipment. That's the 16. That the 139 right there. The first page, that 139,000, right? Then we go to the next page. That's where the 254,000 come in, right? There are 3 items there that make it 254,000. There's the, let me zoom that thing a little bit because it's looking small here in my eyes. Okay, I see my zoom. So you follow that 254,000 plus that 139. That's what makes it to the 393. So that 254,000 is broken up into 3 parts: the political campaign period, the warehouse security, and the precinct security. Right? 150,000 for the first one for the campaign period, 4,500 for the warehouse security. And then the precinct security is 100,000. When you add those 3 numbers, that's 254,000. So the number comes up correctly.
Thank you, Abba. Thank you.
So Abba, thank you for joining this panel. But let's hold you right there. This is the table D DSA, right? The table D DSA political campaign period, 150,000.
Right.
On the 24th, you have you have 500 men. $30 each.
Right.
Okay. No, sir, Robert. I want you to break it down now because you are drawing something very, very reasonable here, and it seems that we can agree with you. Maybe that way we have the
500 men. 500 men for 30 days.
30 days.
30 days.
30 days
at $10 each. So that 500 times 30, that 15,000 times $10, that 150,000. So if people say they didn't receive that $10, or somebody can say, oh, that were not 500 men, that were 50 men, then a solid argument can be made that maybe something else happened. But based on these numbers, $10 a day, if they didn't receive that DSA, then that problem.
So the 254, 500 is just for 1, 2, 3, the DSA.
Exactly.
Okay. So hold on, let's go back here. And now you're also making the point that the total year should be 139.
Yes, the total there is 139. I got it on my computer. I added it. It's 139.
Yeah. It's 139. Then thank you for making the correction. So thank you very much. I think you've been very, very reasonable. But sometimes then, as we have the conversation, I will agree with you. I think you bring us up to speed as to the amount of 393,000. Yes, you bring us up to speed because this table, we are not saying the subtotal, correct, Ava? You did the calculation.
Yeah.
No, there is no like overall subtotal here. There's a subtotal for each category. If you look at it, it got A, B, C. It got 2 Ds. Oh, they made a mistake. They got 2 Ds. The fuel maintenance and the communications are both DD. That mistake.
So it will be D and E.
Number mistake.
It's going to be D and E. But this table, Ava, you are saying this table at 139. You did the math.
Right. Yeah, 50,000 plus 15,000, right? That's
now it's reasonable. If you did the math, it's reasonable. So now we get the grand total on both pages to be 393,000.
Right. 393, 375. That is exact correct total. The 139, 375 or 254,000.
Okay, so but we all again agree that with this amount, Ava is right. We have now found out the 139,375. Thank you, Ava.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So what Fatiga you going? Or they call him too?
Fatiga hungry. You hungry? You gonna eat?
Fatiga not home. He's fine. So guys, so Gregor Como requested as per this document, which of course we want to say thanks to whoever out there send this thing into my email. When we asked Gregor Como how much did you request, he said he couldn't tell us, but today we can see that they requested $393,875 with different set amount. So those folks that went out there as officer of joint security, at least they can say that they make for the short period of time nearly $100 per person. But Ava, thank you for bringing correction to the show. We appreciate that. Thank you. If you guys get anything to say,
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
The minister letter say this allotment is for joint security. So I don't know if it's only for the police. Joint security is not only the police.
Yeah, but if you just did the calculation from what you just brought up us to speed, where that came from, it was for the police. You have, regardless why it is, you have 1,000 men that were deployed because the IG Greco Coma said it. They deployed 1,000 men, and the 1,000 men fell within the confines of that amount, 393,000. So now everybody said, well, the money is too small, the money is too big to each his own. But I really do appreciate your calculation on that. That's why we are here to make correction. But this letter is very important because Fadiga asked me for the letter 2 days ago. I refused to give it to him. So he said he's not sure.
So you've been sitting on the letter for 2 days?
You know, when you come on a show and they ask you a question, you answer, my man. The Liberian people can answer it for you. Gregor Coleman refused to answer. So they answer it for him. But thank you very much, Mr. Sam Johnson. Thanks a lot for joining us. I think
I want to say something quick, Stanton.
Go ahead.
I will not be able to show tomorrow.
We got to close.
Yeah, man. Just wait for Abba. They really said, man, you want to give me a hard time.
So why you got to announce your?
I'm just telling my fans. I got my fans. I will not be able to show tomorrow. I will not be able to show on Saturday. I'm traveling tomorrow.
You sure you got people coming on the show just to see you?
Of course. You know how many people are calling my DM? What? In my DM? I beg you, yeah.
So you're not be on the show.
Because my fathers are full. And then Saturday we're going to do so. I won't be on the show on the Mondays. To all my fans, stay put. Please keep watching the show. Not because I'm not on the show, you don't watch the show. I want you to watch the show, especially my CDC people. You keep watching the show.
Yes, I'm just saying, talk it.
So because we never had the time to discuss the president executive order that was signed today, we're going to discuss it tomorrow. It will be late, but we have to. It is important to know the importance of that executive order that was signed today. Will we ever honor this administration? That would there be establishment of a war crime code or actual code to bring people to justice? There's a lot into the executive order that was signed today. And something funny happened. I'd like to draw your attention to it, folks. The executive order that was signed today, I didn't see the vice president. I didn't see the national security advisor. No. To be frank, I didn't see the Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn. I didn't see Samuel Kofi Woods, the National Security Advisor. I didn't see the political advisor Magdalena Cooper. I didn't see a lot of people. That was a big thing that took place today. But you know me, I never stop asking questions. I ask questions, and I got an answer. And some people were informed 2 hours to the signing time. Some people were informed by the American embassy. And some people were informed, but they say, you know what? Since I wasn't invited, I'm not going there. We have to discuss that tomorrow. But at the end, it was signed by the president. Executive Order 131. What next? We want you to hold on to your answer and wait for tomorrow. You stop asking me what I've been to so serious. I don't know. The woman went to Paris, France. She came back. She's serious. I don't know. You don't ask me. I want to say to everybody, understand this. What next? 131 executive order. What next? But I will beg you, please read it. Even if you can't read, ask somebody to explain it to you. There's a lot of things in there that you must read with comprehension. A lot. It's not just that the president signed it there and that's it. No. It's a lot of information in there that you need to understand. Would there be the War Crime Code this year? No. Will it be next year? No. Will it be the year to come? So read it. Dr. Richardson, let's close. And on this note, I want to say thanks to everybody as you continue to send me birthday greetings. Please remember, don't just send birthday greetings. Also send a gift. Okay? I want to say to my little picking Nelson, happy birthday. Nelson, come on, let's sing birthday song to you. Happy birthday to Nelson. Today is his birthday in our time. Today is the 2nd. So I gave Nelson this gift. He will keep it, and Saturday he will give it back to me because Saturday is my birthday too. So that I had Nelson myself decided to do.
What a gift.
No man, we're not saying our secret. I gave Nelson a gift. Then Nelson, so let me say to Daniel Gion Buzizi, happy birthday, Daniel, your birthday too. We want to welcome you and say happy birthday. Nelson, happy birthday to you, and thank you for everything you continue to do for Fatima. For Fatima. Fatima races on now.
Happy birthday to one of my favorite cousins. Happy birthday to
Nelson.
Happy birthday, dear
Nelson.
Happy birthday
Okay, stand up, see you guys, man.
Sam, that's it. We wish you well, man. Enjoy your birthday and thank you for being part of Spoon. We love you.
You quit asking me who is singing happy birthday to.
So I just wanted to make an announcement.
Take care, y'all. Take care.
Tonight and for the Liberian people. Nelson, I'm sure I don't know if you have the flyer, the Liberian Surfing Association and African Surfing Confederation presents Africa Tour 24, Surf to Rise. This is going to be happening in Grand Cape Mount County. They're going to use Lake Piso as a surfing ground. I'm very happy to say that Liberia will be on the map, and it's going to be doing this from May 23rd to May 28th, and everything's going to be happening. All roads lead to Rawa Sport, and so the Liberians are going to show their talent in surfing. Can you imagine surfing in Lake Piso? You would think in Europe or a developed country, but that is where surfing is going to be happening. So they will be joining us for a fundraising event. I'm just giving you a heads up. Actually, yes, thank you, Nelson, for putting that up. We'll be also telling you the jingle tomorrow, and they'll be joining us for a fundraising event. I want all of you Liberians to come.
When is the fundraising event?
I don't have the date yet. I'm still discussing that with Ms. Tidishis, but we'll be joined by the organizers of this event. They are mostly in Liberia, and they'll be joining us so that we can help put Liberia on the map. We can support those surfers, those young people who risk their life on the lake of the Atlantic Ocean. Because if you know Lake Piso, you know what I'm talking about. So again, join us for that major fundraising event.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. I know you guys are heading this thing. I really appreciate you. Fatima, that's from your county, though. The people going there. Dr. Richardson, you're from there, right?
I wish Dr. Richardson could extend it to June 1st, but
I know, right? That you would have been there, right?
You would have been there, but
yeah, but that's why Fatima went to Paris France. She got stuck up in the house. She couldn't go outside because they were demonstrating their protest.
I can't even announce that I went to Paris because I didn't see anything. I was stuck in the Tonic Hotel. I never went anywhere. I mean, the streets are so beautiful, but
at least Mama came to New Jersey. We took you around. You probably got stuck.
I got really stuck. I didn't enjoy the vacation, but I enjoy you know me. I make use of anything I was able to just go to the back of the
When
hotel.
you were off, AB came on the show.
I heard you talking, because Fatima is not. I was watching. I was in my hotel room. I watched you there, and now you had to mention my name. This is a married man. Leave him alone. And I'm an officially,
I didn't mention any way.
I heard my name. I heard my name. But anyway, I would like to give 2 little shout outs. One to my cousin Nessie, and you won't believe it. Me and Abi's first child, his name is Gassim Kroma. Today is actually his birthday. My first son. Today is his birthday. Shout out to Gassim and shout out to Nelson.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. What did you say? His name is Gassima?
His name is Gassim Kroma.
Gassim Kroma.
G-A-S-I-M. Gassim Kroma. Today is his birthday.
So what are you guys gonna do for my birthday?
I told you. Well, that's a secret. It's a secret.
You didn't tell me anything. Don't do that.
Can you not interrupt my time?
No, sure. What you guys gonna do for my birthday?
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming.
Yes, you will. You will have the rest of the show. What you guys gonna do for my birthday?
Being that my birthday is coming June, you gotta let me know what you're gonna do for me so I can do for you. Karma, when you do for me, I do for you. So Dr. Richardson, I will talk to you. Let's see what he's gonna find out. What he's gonna do for me, and then I'll do it. But yeah, so shout out to Nelson and shout out to Gassim. Happy birthday to you guys. I just wanted to say that at the end of the day, when we see some of these ministers come here, we see that, this government is producing some of the best sons of the soil, knowledgeable, educated, have control of the grammar and the English language, have control of the sectors that they are actually ministers for, and that's a pride to our nation. I just wish our Liberianization process will be remembered. We'll put Liberian people first, and we'll put Liberian people last, because I think it's time that we take our country over and ensure that Liberia is first. The next thing I would like to say is that please don't cut me off. You talk too much. I
said thank you. What are you talking about? I'm trying to appreciate you for saying that.
Thank you. Our Liberianization process is something very dear to my heart, and I wish that one of these days we will have complete control and command over our country, our economy. Will be there to ensure that the rice that we're eating, our agriculture sector can produce. I don't know, they hate our country red, but Dr. Richardson, you know how the people can be buying our country red in Whole Foods market. They feel that that's one of the best rice on the market. Go to Whole Foods and see brown rice and all those country rice is one of the best. I just want to also say that to all of us, the reason why we come every day and do this is because we love our country. I don't care what nobody says. Some people, I heard somebody, I'll be sitting laughing in the comments. I heard somebody saying something and said, these UPs, they always come here and make excuses. Well, I just want to let you know, I have no political party in Liberia. I was just someone who saw that my country was going down the drain and I wanted to uplift her. And I had 2 people and I chose the better person that I felt could deliver our country from that place. So I would like to tell all of the viewers for coming each day and keeping us honest. To all of my fellow panelists, you guys know how I feel about you. Sorry that I didn't bring you guys any gift. I went with my money. I brought it right back. Paris was on a lockdown. And so I brought all my money right back. But I want to say thank you for having us and thank you for keeping us on it. And Nelson, you know how I feel about you. I mean, if CEO never even called you today, your cousin called you this morning in Liberia to wish you happy birthday. I love you. Thank you for what you do for Spoon. You are very, 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 very loved, and we support you. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you very much, Fatima. It's always good to have you. Talk too much. It's good to have you. Dr. Richardson, thank you. Alva, as always, my brother. Again, you did extremely well. Alva, listen, though. You're a good guy, and I really appreciate you on the show every day. All right. I want to say thanks to all of our many followers.
I got to close today. I'm close. I got to close.
Abba.
I'm tapping on agriculture.
The reason why I want to hold you to that, Abba, I beg you. You see, we have been so push and jam on time, my man. Sometimes we thought we look at the time. We gotta go, my brother. I beg you. He gotta go change the generator, or else the show will not come on. I beg you. He texted me right now. Thank you, Abba. But Abba, I'm surprised. Real quick before you do that though, of Simon Freeman, right? ANC, and Liberty Party, are they coming together? Keep that for tomorrow. They're having this kind of joint press conference. No, seriously. I meant to ask you
opposition joint conference. Opposition.
But exclude that CDC.
Look, CDC has no voice to come on stage with anybody right now. Let CDC stay in the corner, man.
So you guys are coming together?
No voice.
So you think you guys want to come together, Mr. Fremont?
It's possible. It's possible. It's what the people want. Any people decide to do that back early and they stay with it. So they will decide for somebody equal time. 3 years from now, we know who will be the president. Seriously. All right, folks. Well, man, I see you. I will talk my agriculture thing tomorrow 4 o'clock.
Listen, all right. Listen, you know your time. You got to come on. You and our brother Eduardo, who is so busy in Liberia right now. He said, "My man, I can't come on the show. I'm very busy."
No. Eduardo, all right. I'm trying to reach him.
He's okay.
I really need to reach him.
Okay. No, he's okay. He just but he's okay. I'll put his new number in the chat room. He just really kind of too busy. But my thing I'm asking is that this is concerning though. To have what's your chairman name? Your ANC chairman?
Chairman Gu.
Chairman Gu, Musa Bility, they have for Liberty Party, and Simon Fremont, MPC. I mean, it's shocking, and I don't know. You guys are doing something. Seriously, I listened to that interview, and I think you guys are moving somewhere, man. Seriously, I don't think it's going to be helpful. I don't think you can bring it, but if you continue this joint interview, I don't know. I don't think you can kill flat because you put all of you together, you ain't reach 2-3%. So.
But then why you worry? Then why you making a topic on spoon? Let's leave it. Hey, you want to talk about it?
When you put 1% and it's 0.2, and you put it together, so you can reach 2%.
What it takes is anticipation. It's anticipation. If the government perform, even the government perform. Even the government perform, nothing in the basket for Liberian people to take as president behind Joseph Boyka. Nobody right now.
As it's rough, my man. If people coming to America, it's rough. It's rough, I mean, rough.
We had us put there. We had us put there.
When
the government succeed, this government succeeding does not impact on the 2029 elections. Trust me. But Joseph Boyka can succeed him. It will not make difference for who elected 2029.
As much as people are praying, like me, every night when I go on my knee, right? I pray for myself, my family, right? But I pray for Joseph Boyka. Because you know why? My everything is on it. Trust me. I do.
Yeah.
I
wanted to succeed. I
really want him to shine. That's why when I see Tabata flying around him, that's why when I see Tabata flying around him, I decide to brush it away. I go so hard.
That's good.
Because I can just to see the people that hanging around him on the agenda, it hurt me. But you know what? Again, we hope and we pray that he succeed. Guys, we want to say thank you. Fede Bala, thank you. You want to put a picture out before we go, Nelson?
Happy birthday, Nelson. Happy birthday.
Fatima says she's saying the picture to put up.
Yeah.
I sent it to you, CEO.
But you got to send it to him. I don't put these things
down. Oh, okay. Nelson, let me send it to you right now.
Okay.
In the meantime, the lineup this week has been good. The agriculture minister was good. The EPA director was good.
Yeah.
So, we just hope that the action will be backed by the discussion, and once that can happen, because the two sectors, there's a lot of money in that. Oh, stand on eating on the show. Picture.
I ain't doing nothing. I know you are, Messi. I know you are going to talk. I'll put it aside quick. I always tell you.
One grumpy. I can be chewy.
My forget brought me retail water ice. You see, so
that is strong. That is strong. You can't reject it. It's strong. No, but seriously, look, there is significant amount of dollars in that EPA and the whole carbon sequestration around it. And the good thing about it, the thing we in the drone business. Is the government serious? we can really help them make a
Well,
lot of
maybe
difference.
so. Let me throw some bomb. Right? Maybe it's just me. I'm seeing a shift as it were, and I will say this tomorrow. Ellen L. Johnson. Oh, I thought you say happy birthday to me, but the next thing you say happy birthday, so I really don't care too. Ellen L. Johnson birthday is the 24th. We want to say happy pre-birthday to you. But let me say this, you see Dr. Nuta and the EPA boss, Dr. Yuri Yagbaglo. These are two folks that they wasn't in the Madam Sadiq government, were they?
No, I don't know them to be there. No,
I don't know.
so.
I'm going to draw your attention to something. I don't know, but I want Liberians to open their eyes. Everybody that just came into the new UP, that had nothing to do to the old UP, there are big differences, a huge one. They want to do
That's
something.
That's a good point.
No, I'm sensing it. They want to do something. They want to go clean. But those guys are not with Madam Sarif, the old UP. They try to cut an early shortcut. No. Listen. Maybe Dr. Yuri, somebody said Dr. Yuri was there. What was Dr. Yuri's position under Madam Salih? Help me.
I don't know. I have no idea.
They
could have been there at some lower level, but I have no idea.
Yes, yeah, but I want to say so. I want you guys to do your own survey, though. It's something about speaking to Dr. Nuta and speaking to Dr. Yakwabro to bring something, to bring knowledge, then bring, Tabata to the system, to bring in wisdom. They got a goal and agenda, a good one for Liberia. Unlike our other folks that are giving up red debt for $22 million. Sweeping the floor for $22 million. Unlike the money captain that are taking $25,000 and letting people sleep in darkness. I mean, these are the things we need to talk about. But again, we want to say.
You can also put the pictures up now.
But Stanton, they say that contract, a 2-year contract. They say that.
Man, they put that guy to get another $40 million again to go over the scene rule. But that 2 year, that nonsense, man. I don't believe them. I mean, I got all the documents.
All right.
Hey,
No, but seriously, a lot of people were making comments, and the diasporas want interest in our country. They want to be involved. And that's why I really need to talk to Dwalu.
But the diaspora that we're talking about, we have a problem. We have the problem of, look at what you and Dwalu were coming with a good plan. You and Dwalu went behind the horse to go have your meeting and you left us up. That's not a diaspora we're talking about.
No.
No, to be fair. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Fatima, we schedule wait, I say, you know what? I hard-headed, you hard-headed, my man. So we'll be far on the show. Fatima, we schedule a meeting on a Saturday, 7 p.m.
Right.
We never heard anything.
I heard about that.
Too. But guess what happened?
So
hold
on. You can't get good at that.
No, but let me finish your talk. No. Let me finish, then you talk. I said, let me finish.
Okay.
I said, let me finish. Yeah, man. Finish. You always let an interrupt, my man. This is not ANC meeting, grandma. This is not CPP.
It's partially ANC.
I know y'all say you're having your meeting coming up August. You're trying to do a renewal in August. I will put that flyer up tomorrow. But I will say this to you, Fatima. These two guys, when they had a meeting in Jade, they discussed, they found and named everything. Then they come back. Be open. Listen, we have great ideas. What I said, do calling me for? I said, what are you calling me for? I say on the show, what are you calling me? I'm still on the show. I said, don't stop disturbing my phone call, my man. Don't call me back. Don't call me. Ava, tell your man not to call me. For real. This is harassment. Ava, No, this is complete
Has
harassment.
it do harassing you?
Yeah.
So
The man
I can
called me
talk.
5
I can talk
times.
now.
No, but the man still
I
on the
can
phone.
talk.
Can you
What
tell the man to leave my phone?
I said, don't leave the man phone, man. You're not minister no more. Leave the phone.
All right, now the plan to figure out how to do the show, man.
I mean, look, on a serious note, Stanton, I went to a play with my wife in Delaware. So I didn't know whether y'all had a meeting or you didn't have the meeting. I called Dwalo like 2-3 times, he never answered. Finally, I think he called me back. And I was just asking you a few questions. We never had meeting. Who said we have meeting? He was just bringing me up to speed.
Y'all keep up with your name. Y'all collected the 420 people that gave 2,000 each. Which is 40,000 in the bank. You open your bank account.
Lie on Dwalo, man. You in a national space. Don't lie on the man. I beg you. Seriously. Don't make people feel. Because a lot of people asking me. If you tell the people say they better collect money, they will say, oh, so you're doing it in secret. Stop it. We want it to be successful. Don't kill it before it starts. Seriously. A lot of people are asking. I know Dwalo lost his phone. Let people know Dwalo lost his phone and he hasn't been able to be accessible.
Dwalo didn't lose his phone. You know what that story? When Dwalo got explain, they get to the phone. You want that story? They get to Dwalo phone.
My man, please tell the commenters, man. They say Ali do hungry and he's barely broke. That I'm right. Is that true?
Okay, but why you gotta say it? The people that put it there, they see it.
Nelson gotta do a show tonight.
Nelson gotta do a show. That's what you and Fatima doing, man.
I love a show. What on top today?
Okay.
I can be a young girl. I all ahead. That's my first song.
You gotta do a show.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, so let me start with Gassim. Happy birthday.
My son Gassim. Happy birthday, Gassim.
But hold on, though. Hold on. He looked just like Eddie.
Just please.
Hold on. Seriously.
I hope Gassim not living redneck era.
No.
No. But seriously. He looked just like AB. Oh my God.
That man's son.
AB, that man. That here again. That Gassim?
That Gassim.
That with the singer?
No, that's
Gassim is the black chocolate. That different one else.
Hey, Nelson. Yeah, you see my brother.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's say happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday, Nelson. Love you to pieces.
Thank you.
So my man, Stanton, tell the people now. Are you going to be in?
All my 3 children, yo. Mariam, Gassim, and Ibrahim.
What again?
Miriam. See me and my
Now, who want to picture there?
Not me. I didn't know that.
Your had that picture, please. That picture that you say. Your had.
You mad?
You. All the picture.
I think you really want to get to chase you on the day. You really want to put a chase you. We are going.
Bye, Nelson. Happy birthday, baby. Enjoy your day.
I know you guys were asking for Glennie. So Glennie had an incident at her job. Y'all please reach out to her. She couldn't make it on the show. Yeah.
Oh God, let me call her.
Yeah, you reach out to Glennie. I forgot. I didn't announce it. She had an incident to her job yesterday. She worked in the Alzheimer's unit. One of her residents walked out of the building. Then today she fell. She couldn't do the show. So everyone, please reach out to Glennie. Yeah. Just tell us she okay. She went home.
She was in the comment section.
Yeah. She told me so. She told me to announce it. So
okay.
All right.
I'll try to call her. Thank you.
Glennie will wish you well, and we'll see you tomorrow by God's grace.
Yeah, by God's grace. All right. Nelson, happy birthday, baby.
Thank you.
Love you, baby. Happy birthday. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Gassim. Shout out. Bye-bye.
Certainly.
Right.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the birthday the birthday lunch.
Yeah, I had to do it, baby. I had to do it. Enjoy. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Bye.
Okay. Well, folks, we want to say thank you again for being here with us tonight. Of course, Spoon Talk. This is how I would like to draw down the curtains on the show tonight. Thanks to all of you for watching. Thanks for always being here with us on Spoon Talk. As you know, this is where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. Here, you get to engage with the newsmakers. You get to hear from the policymakers themselves. And Spoon Talk is across Liberia on several radio frequencies. I want to recognize our partner radio stations across Liberia that are always relaying the program. Many thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier FM in Bon County. Thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Crew County. And of course, we have Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County. We are always live across the Spoon Network, Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and Super 95.5. Those three radio stations are the radio services of the Spoon Network, and we're always live, and we say thanks to you. Spoon Talk has absolutely no borders, regardless of where you are. You can always watch the show. That's why we are always live across the internet. We're on Facebook, and if you're just following one of the Facebook channels or one of the Facebook our Facebook pages, you have to make sure to follow all three. All right, so we are live on Spoon TV. Spoon TV with over 500,000 followers. If you're only following Spoon TV, try to search Fabric TV. Follow Fabric TV. Try to search Super TV. Follow Super TV as well. So that's for Facebook. We're live on Spoon TV, on Super TV, and Fabric TV. That's where you always find us. And in case you're not on Facebook, but you are the YouTube person, we're on YouTube. And our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. Just go to YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live, and you will always find us there as we bring to you the happenings in Liberia every single day. So, well, thanks again for being here tonight. This is how I would like to leave you. I want to say a very big thank you to all of you, everyone. I was thrilled today. I was overwhelmed by the love. I mean, you guys pour on me from across the world. I want to appreciate every single person out there for the calls, the comments, the Facebook posts, the best wishes, and everything. Thanks a lot. I clocked a year today, beginning a new journey, another 365 days, another birthday. So, but I say thanks to all of you. So, till we come your way again, have a good night. My name is Nelson Colette. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band.